morning. Welcome once again to Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. Jam-packed day full of wheelchair tennis for you today to enjoy here in Nottingham. Pleasure to have your company here once again. If you can join us over the last few days. Of course, 2 more days action to come over the weekend as well. So hopefully we'll see you not just today, but over the next couple of days as well. Our first action here on Special Short Boys, the singles semi-final, Nielsen versus Andy Lathorne. We'll up to give you some information about our 2 players and their journey so far here this week. Starting off with the number 1 seed from the Netherlands, Nielsen. 2020 South Paralympic Games with 1 gold medal with his client, Sam Schroeder, in the quad doubles. Also got a bronze medal in the quad singles. He's got 40 doubles titles to his name, including 2 Grand Slam titles this year, winning Wimbledon and the Australian Open. 35 singles titles, including another 2 Grand Slam titles this year, which was Wimbledon and Roland Garros. Combined in round 1. 25 victory versus Canada. His opponent for this match is Andy Lathorne, defending champion here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Championships 12 months ago. Secured that first title here in this competition. 2-time Grand Slam quad singles champion in the US Open in 2014 and 2019. The 14-time Grand Slam doubles champion. 3-time Paralympic medalist, including single silver in Rio 2016. Outside of tennis, Andy is a passionate West Ham fan, keen boxing fan and an American sports fan. His journey so far this week, round 1, victory versus Scotch doing 6-1, 6-1. Quarter final, Davison 7-5, 5-7, 6-2. Head-to-head for these 2 players, so they faced each other 13 times. Their last meeting was Wimbledon this year, which was a straight-up victory for Niels. Ready for this one. We'll share our plan for this match to be James Rosen.
Hello, good morning. Welcome once again to the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here in the Nottingham Tennis Centre. And this morning, the first event that we're going to show you will be the quad singles semi-final between Niels Vink, the world number 1, and the world number 9, and defending champion from Great Britain, Andy Lathorne. It will be their 14th meeting. World number 1 has had the better of their exchanges in recent times. The 2 times US Open champion is Andy Lathorne. He's taking on today. It's pretty much all of the Grand Slam titles at one time or other. But from the Australian Open, he made the final of that. Wimbledon won the French Open. He's got the US Open to come as the defending champion in just a few weeks' time. Former WTA Tour professional Smith is with me all the way through the day, and it'll be my first look in the flesh at Niels Vink, but you've had the pleasure of watching him before.
Yeah, I have. He's a player, throws himself around the court a lot, forehand and backhand, and brings such a level of intensity to the court. I love watching him play.
And he's been, obviously, I would say a late bloomer. Obviously, we haven't seen him until the last couple of years. There's a bit of an age gap, and he's been around a lot longer. But Niels has come through the last couple of years. We were talking about the Grand Slams he's won. He made the final in Melbourne earlier on in the year. Obviously, a very good all-court player because he won on clay, he won on grass. He's already won the US Open, and they're going on to hard court there in September. It's just the Aussie Open that's missing from his portfolio right now. And, he's only lost 44 matches in his career. He's won 209 and only lost 44.
Impressive stats, isn't it, for such a young player as well? And again, you just forget that he's 20 years old as well, just having, like you say, the portfolio that he does already and the titles that he's won. It's just going to be exciting to see how he can develop and just how many more titles he can win.
Well, Andy Lapthorne finally won his first British Open quad singles here last year, 6th final in Nottingham. And he won't want to relinquish this title easily. I will say the last couple of encounters between these two, Roland Garros on clay, 6-love, 6-love for the Dutchman, 6-1, 6-love at Wimbledon. And the single Masters, 6-love, 6-2. So it's been a while since Andy has taken a set from him. He's only ever taken one set off him on hard court. All the others have been on clay. That ball to serve. Also in the British Open quad doubles here with regular doubles partner Sam Schroeder. His first wild doubles partner, Anthony Cultural, is only a few feet away from us on the left. Let's see how his partner's getting on. Is aggressive. That's in his nature, that's his game. That is actually going to change regardless who the opposition is.
No, I don't think he will. And I think when you play someone like Niels Vink as well, you have to play that way. He can be so dominant. So Lapthorne doesn't really have too much of a choice out there.
Early on, trying to get his range. I'm just surprised he can warm up on this court this morning. I think he might do that because he doesn't have too many opportunities early part of the week to play on centre. Just too much pace, too much force behind that.
You can see there, that's the type of point there that Vink does want to play. Lapthorne's got to try and find a way to counteract that. Can't let Vink be inside the baseline. It's pretty lethal, especially on that forehand side.
Way to describe that backhand rotator like a knife. It's not actually a slice, it's not a dice, it's more of a knife, the way that comes back off the racket. And it just kills all the spin, all the pace. Everything kind of arrives back at the chair with nothing on it at all.
It's hard when you have a shot like that to try and have to generate the pace as well. And we mentioned the conditions yesterday, that a little bit calmer, but there's still a blustery wind. It's not easy out here, and it's a bit cooler today. The ball's not coming through the air quite as much, so there's a real emphasis on each player having to try and generate their own pace out here.
Vink has the early break. It's the first game. Better depth from Lapthorne.
Just talking to him, that's one of the things that if you've watched Andy a lot over the years that you'll know it's a big part of his game. Loves giving himself a little pep talk.
Quite a few come-ons across this match, especially when he gets a point.
A feisty character, isn't he? Great player to watch.
Too much to do there. For the stretch.
That's a danger as well when you play against Mink. If you hit the ball short, he's able to move onto it, find the angles. He's just got to find a way to get a bit better depth on the ball. Like Mink get inside the court. Just hasn't quite found his range on the depth just yet.
For the return. With a point for 2-love lead.
Just think he went a little bit too close to the line, didn't he? It's the right shot to go for. Sounded pretty good off the racket as well. I'm sure he thought he'd made that. Just fractions wide.
Chastising himself. That thought just overhitting, getting a bit too long. To make a player like play another ball. Oh, 2 if you First recovery. Couldn't do it on the second attempt. 2-love it is in the first set. Talked about just how a breakthrough couple of years it's been. He has been playing on circuits in 2018. That's when he and Andy first did battle on clay. First two going to Andy. 6-love, 6-2, 6-2. It's changed a bit since then.
Passing shot there from Vink. Lovely play from Lapthorne, looking to try and be aggressive, looking to try and move forward. But again, if the right shot just isn't quite deep enough, hasn't got enough width, a chance to hit the passing shot, and he did just that.
Oh, inside the goal.
Really like that call. Probably would have to say I agree with Andy. There it did look like it was long, but no call came from the chair.
So we can sort of replay ourselves. This is competition going on.
Every time this tournament, you guys are just unreal.
Maybe that's something that can fire him up though.
Two. Second time he's done that in the opening games. Fairly easy passing shot. Just quick into the tram lines. Today.
Wish I'd put a few more layers on.
That's the old go behind the chair trick from the Dutchman. So difficult to readjust.
Difficult to read as well, wasn't it? He sort of held it. Just waited until it absolutely picked aside and then just outmaneuvered the Brit. 2 break points here again to get the early double break.
Yeah, what you can do, get into the groove like that. And double break it is for the Dutchman. So you know, the LTA are hosting 5 indoor one-day events across Great Britain again this year to help open up the sports to more people and to find the wheelchair tennis champions of the future. This year's LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative Days being held in August, September and October. The events will be delivered by passionate, friendly and experienced LTA performance wheelchair tennis coaches, where you'll have the opportunity to learn and develop new qualities, skills and attributes for tennis. Each of the days will include 4 hours on court with breaks in between, giving those attending the chance to learn and develop fundamental skills such as chair and mobility skills, racket skills, shot selection and competitiveness. Well, this year's Wheelchair Tennis Initiative aims to inspire, attract and engage young people with physical impairments aged 8 to 14, identify those who have aspirations to be the next wheelchair tennis champion and display potential and attributes conducive to entering the wheelchair tennis performance pathway. So whether you're a full-time wheelchair user, an ambulant or new to tennis, why not give it a try? Sign up for events on the LTA website. Just search LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative and complete the registration form. I'll give you the dates of the next few events when we have our next break. 3 love, big serving. So much effort to that, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Just picked the wrong side and did really well just to get an extra ball back into the court and turn the point around. racket. As well. Don't break down in this first set. Just needs to find a way to get a game on the board. Snap the tide here.
So love 4. Just got to get the range right. Chance to play one. Very rare error of that nature of the world number 1, because the pickup was good, but that should have been a put away, a fairly simple put away too for Vink. So how he fluffed his lines there.
There, drop shot. It's pretty far behind the baseline against the wind as well, so it's always going to come back to him.
To back, 3 game points for that goal to get on board. There it is. First game from Andy Lapthorne. A couple of errors from his opponent, but you'll take everything you can get in an encounter like this. niggling, certainly in this set anyway, for the British number 1. Pretty tough though, so their last 3 encounters and 3 sets in recent times. I think has gone 6-love. Twice at Roland Garros on clay, and on their most recent encounter at Wimbledon. 11-2, head-to-head. Ready to make number 1 in January of 2020. Not that old. I might be, but he's not. January of 2020. He did reach dizzy heights at number 1. Has changed, but quite a lot of retirements in the last couple of years. The players that he was playing 3 or 4 years ago, the famous in this world, people like that, just not around now.
Let's see the new generation coming up though. Really exciting.
Enough. It's good that he came in. And that's the kind of move you need to put that ball away at the first attempt and not give your opponent a chance to kind of dictate the play that follows, and he did.
I think if you've got to come in on a little bit of a better approach. I said earlier that someone like Bink, you can't approach on a prayer, can you? He's too good. He'll find the space, get him stretching.
Going fairly rapid fashion here. That game to 15. 5-1. On his way to the first set. So that Thorn can do about that. Trying to extend this set just a little bit more. Nicely done.
Defensive, isn't he?
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's always the one who's dictating these points and just needs to be Lapford's just trying to hang on, isn't he?
Well, he's got his range better now. The balls are landing well inside the baseline. They were going well over the baseline first few games, so range is better. Just taking a little bit off the shot.
Overpress again. It's an overpress.
Junior's got one true when you have
What's he mean by that?
overpress. I think he's trying to go for a little bit too much, wasn't he? It's all about trying to find the balance. But still hasn't quite found it, has he? It's the pressure that puts on you, though. Just choosing to come in on the wrong ball. Had a look at the passing shot. That's just been on the stretch every time. It's so tough to control those, whether it's a low volley at the feet or trying to pick up a half volley.
Just once again, as we see, there might be a obscenity warning from the umpire, so there is. And 2 set points. No reason for the world number 1. Just not quite going his way, is it? Fairly rudimentary things that he's right on top of his game he'd be doing and putting away. That one didn't materialise this time. Ball into the top of the net, and that is set number 1 done. Around about half an hour. First set by 6-1. So just continuing some of the stuff I was saying a little bit earlier on. If you want to get involved in wheelchair tennis, these are the dates of the events that are taking place with the LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative. This month, Saturday 26th of August, National Tennis Centre in London. 10th of September, Chesterfield Lawn Tennis Club in Chesterfield. 17th of September at Oxtalls Sports Park in Gloucester. If you're in Borden, the Kingsley Tennis Centre, that will be on Saturday 23rd of September. And there'll also be an event at the Eastern Tennis Centre in Norwich, which is, of course, Alfie Hewitt country. Date to be confirmed in October. Whilst we're talking about that, tomorrow here in Nottingham, between 10 and 2, there'll be a wheelchair tennis come and try session at the British Open. Nice opportunity to come and try the sport. Tickets can be bought at the tournament entrance for tomorrow's doubles final, including the come and try, and for Sunday's singles final as well. So find out what it's like. I tried it at Loughborough and I realised I was going to be absolutely useless.
Which bit were you not quite so good at? Was it the moving or was it the actual tennis?
I got a little bit cocky because once I felt comfortable in the chair and I was starting to hit the ball reasonably well, I think I was potentially Alfie Hewitt.
I've actually tried it as well.
It was a lot of fun. I mean, but you're a good tennis player.
Well,
You made the upper echelon of the WTA. I wouldn't have even got a sniff of the ATP. But yeah, it was very enjoyable. Really enjoyed the experience, and it taught me a lot because you've got to manoeuvre the chair, which is the first thing you've got to it's all right holding a racket. You've got to hold the racket and manoeuvre the chair, and that juxtaposition took a little bit of adjusting.
That was the bit that I found the hardest. The hitting the ball once I got there was okay, but I always kept moving the chair in the wrong direction. So when I'd pull one way, I think I was going one way, and I ended up going the other way. So I was always constantly kind of going backwards in a circle, and I actually did a fitness session one time with them in the chair with former player Lauren Jones. And she made me do the sprints where they're, you know, going around every line and things like that. I was so slow, and she did actually make me do hill sprints with her as well. She gave me a 20-meter head start, and I still finished probably about 50 meters behind her as well.
Appreciation, all the appreciation once you've tried to do it, of what these guys and girls go through, just how brilliant they are. It's an extension of their body as well, right? It is. So as we see the very top wheelchair tennis players, you see Dee at the group later on, also out for yesterday, and also again in doubles today. How they can manoeuvre backwards and forwards and sideways to anticipate where the next ball is going to be. It's quite a science in itself, quite frankly.
Wasn't it?
Such a big chance to get the advantage point. Actually take the first game of the second set. 9 times out of 10 that would be inside the tram line. Yeah, just run out of puff, run out of steam, that ball.
First game, second set.
He's taking it, and it is those small margins. It really is. You know, when you're up against the best player in the world, you've got to take those chances when they come, because you get the momentum swing, and who knows what happens next.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's tough though for Andy when you look at their head-to-head record and the last few matches that they've played. He's won so comfortably, hasn't he? As well, and if he was playing anyone else, he wouldn't go quite so close to the line, but that's the pressure that he feels playing this opponent.
Sloppy game here for number one. Oh, that's a tease.
Hands, wasn't it? Pretty good drop shot from that form as well. Plenty of time. Close the net down. Just look at that. Holds the ball on the strings and just cuts underneath it.
Okay. It's all about brute force. That is brute force, however. It's caught with a lot of oomph behind that. So from looking like a very comfortable service hold, not quite so much now.
he? He's going to be very comfortable on the platform, but all of a sudden, pushes straight back onto the brim. Just doesn't want to let any points go, does he? Showing the full array of his talents in this game.
It's amazing to me how the best players, and the best player in singles now, can suddenly switch it, because 3 very average first points there. It's not the game at all.
Come on now, come on.
It's just their desire, though, to not want to lose games, let alone points, isn't it? Just have this fire inside of them, all of a sudden just to turn it on, like you say.
Yeah, that's better first serve. Pretty much sums it up. Get your first serve in, gives you a much better chance. And puts Andy ahead. Advantage. Curious egg of a game this has been from this week. 3 terrible points, and a couple of really good ones, and then 2 balls ballooned out.
I'm surprised he missed that last one as well. It was, I think he wanted to take it on the first bounce, didn't he? And it just dropped a little bit quicker than maybe he was anticipating. He could have waited to take it on the second bounce, but a nice error for Lapton just to get that first game on the board and have a better start than he did in the opening set. He's just got to find a way to hang on to the coattails of Vink out here. Just focus on his service games and see if he can just create a few opportunities on the Dutchman's serve.
First time in 2 years, he's taken 2 games on the board.
15 up. There's the racket front. There's the racket front. 15 over.
Just slipped out of his hand there. Just lost grip. Checking he's broken it. Pretty hard into the scoreboard.
Great depth from that return. Really superb. A few more of those. He could make something of the second set. That was the best return by some way from Andy Lapthorne so far. Two excellent points back to back. It's that wonderful return. Cross court forehand right down to the reach of Vink.
There might even have been a little smile Hawthorne face as well. He enjoyed that. That's his first time coming forward that he's won the point at the net. The right moment that time, didn't he?
Two great points.
More pace on that backhand slice and right in it.
Third break point. Board is Ilsvik. I'm sure that's on advantage. Previous point, but obviously not.
I think they bias tested.
Alright, well, so back to deuce. First ace of the match. Game of the match by far. Yeah, it was. Way so good. Just point for to get his nose in front in the second set.
Game. It does a few opportunities there, but that's all missed.
Been annoyed with himself because he gave himself a really good chance. I think it's amazing how little things can suddenly set a player off. I think that losing the racket into the scoreboard, his mind just drifted for a bit there. I think he was thinking a bit about that, and that was kind of almost the time for Andy to capitalise and jump all over that.
Yeah, it was, and even when Link threw the ball toss and it just landed behind him, they had to catch it and start again. I don't know if you picked up on the microphone, he was like, oh, again. So like you said, there are these little things that Andy does get frustrated by. He's just got to try and let those things go. Just focus on the task in hand. It's been a better start for him though in this set. Really come to rue those missed opportunities in that last game.
Just underlining really what we were saying yesterday about how strong the Netherlands is in terms of wheelchair tennis. We'll see two women in the top 6 in the world next up on this court, being the world #1. It's been beaten since about 1954. And we've seen the world #1 in quad wheelchair tennis here against Andy Lapthorne. They've invested well in the programme. Here, #1 to the 4th round.
Just look at the number of players as well. They keep pushing each other, don't they? It's tough when you've got 1 or 2 players, but success breeds success, doesn't it? Always striving to keep doing better and better. You want to your peers in terms of titles and rankings and things like that, so it's fantastic what they're doing, what they're producing.
Game was extended one for quite a while. That one was over pretty much in the blink of an eye. 4 points against the serve. Nielsvink gets that breakthrough. He wants to go 3-1 in front.
There's the little chances though against players. You've got to take your opportunities, and just saw that. Had a couple in the previous game, they didn't take them, and I think it was just clinical.
Chat with his tennis partner, Steve Luttrell. proved as such. He can do stuff like that. Just wave that magic wand of his cross court backhand. Best players in the world just cannot get to them.
You can just tell there with the way he hit the ball as well, the frustration. It's just building and building.
Capable of the occasional error, as every top player is. A couple of times in the match where he's had an open court, put it into the tram lines. As it was in the first. 6-1 to the Dutchman in the opening set, 4-1 to him in the second. So we're going to just go through some details for you of how you get involved, because we want to see about how the Dutch have got this wonderful infrastructure in place. The LTA have those 5 one-day events across Great Britain. Just give you those locations again. 26th of August if you want to find out whether you could be the next great star of wheelchair tennis in the UK. National Tennis Centre in London, that's one at Roehampton. That's on 26th of August. 10th of September in Chesterfield, so not too far away from where we are in Nottingham today. 17th of September in Gloucester, at Oxtalls Sports Park. Kingsley Tennis Centre in Borden, and say the country that provided us with our #1 wheelchair tennis player in Alfie Hewitt in Norwich, the Eastern Tennis Centre, which I think is where Alfie started his career. So in that locality, when the date to be arranged for that in October, and they're all coming up in the next couple of months.
It's just starting to creep. This is just coming away from Lapthorn a little bit too quickly. Needs to just try and slow the pace of the game down a little bit. Not let Vink run away with it. Big return again. 3 more breakpoint opportunities here. I think if he manages to convert one of these, it's pretty much match over for the Dutchman.
Looks like the defence of his title is starting to ebb away from Andy Lapthorn. Took 6 attempts to win here in Nottingham, but he's come up against a man who pretty much everybody else in the world is finding too difficult to get a set off these days. Whether it be Grand Slam level or Nottingham Open level. And Vink will now serve for the match at 5-1.
Better depth in that point though from Lapthorn. Got exactly what he wanted to. Set up the short ball on the forehand. And again, just pushing it wide. Going for a little bit more than he needed to.
Second ace for the Dutchman. Followed immediately by ace number 3. And that brings up 2 match points for the world number 1.
First one nicely saved. Could be one of his best returns of the match. Could do with another one of those here.
Yeah, that will do it for the Dutchman in around about an hour. 6-1, 6-1. I think it's exactly the same score as he had in Oslo. They took a game off him at Wimbledon, and 2 games off him at the Singles Masters a couple of years ago. But he's like very much on his way to the final of the quad singles. Time will be looking to defend his title at the US Open, which is the Aussie Open, the only one he's yet to secure. Beaten finalist this year by his doubles partner. We'll hear from the Dutchman in just a moment. Andy B, I think, annoyed of points that he should have taken, he didn't take. A couple of times where he really pushed the Dutchman's serve and wasn't able to close it out.
Those are the fine margins, aren't they? When you're playing at this level, any opportunities, you've just got to take them. And he just wasn't able to do that, especially in the second set. First set kind of got away from him, didn't quite find his range, but second set, early doors, he had the opportunities.
All right, let's hear what we want to hear from our number one.
Yes, congratulations through to the final, making a bit of habit of that this year, aren't you, in the singles and the doubles?
Yeah, I'm playing really good this year, and yeah, I'm happy that I'm playing another final.
So it's a great match between you two, obviously straight set switching again from today, second straight switching Euro competition. And how are you finding the form this one so far? You're dominating pretty much so far.
Yeah, my form is really good, but yeah, this week started really okay. Of course, the matches were pretty good, but yeah, before the gravel season, the clay season, I didn't play on hard court, so I needed to get used to the high bounce and that I'm really fast on this court. But now I'm used to it, and yeah, I like it.
A few of the players speaking to you yesterday were speaking about preparations, obviously, for the US Open and bits and pieces that being back on the hard court. Conditions here obviously won't be as nice as America. It's a bit windy, a bit chilly for an August here in the UK. But how are you finding conditions so far, and how are you finding that adapting with your game?
Coming off the back of the grass court,
yeah, I like these conditions because it is the same as at home. Not too cold, not too warm, a little bit of wind, but I think you will always have wind on the court when you play outside. But yeah, I like this court, and yeah, good to be back on the hard court, like I said.
Well, it was great to have you here in Nottingham, and we look forward to seeing you in the final. Congratulations.
Win number 210 of his career. Number one, here's Vink. Coming through 6-1, 6-1 over Andy Latthorne. Right, we'll have a bit of a break and then we'll get into the women's singles. Diede de Groot against Annick van Koot in the semi-finals. All Dutch affair in the women's singles, and we'll bring that to you in around about 10 minutes' time.
The next action here at the Centre Court, the Lexus Wheelchair Tennis Championships. The first of our women's singles semi-finals. David Group taking on Eddie Coates from the Netherlands. Number 1 seed versus number 4 seed. One of those that will see some information about their journey so far here in the competition. Starting off with David Group, number 1 seed from the Netherlands. Current world number 1 both singles and the doubles. 36-time major champion. There are 19 titles in the singles, 17 in the doubles. There are multiple wheelchair tennis masters titles between 2016 and 2018 in both singles and doubles, as well as gold medals in both singles and doubles in 2020 Tokyo Paralympics. He also part of that shoot that won the World Team Cup on 8 occasions between 2011 and 2019. Kicks off, Eddie Coates, also from the Netherlands, number 4 seed here this week. Full world number 1, both the singles and the doubles. And Coates won 26 major titles, having won the 2013 Australian Open, 2013 US Open, and 2019 Wimbledon Championships in the wheelchair singles. With 32 major titles in the doubles. That Coates completed the Caribbean Grand Slam doubles on 2 occasions in 2013 with Jesse Griffin, and in 2019 with our opponent today, David Group. Won the wheelchair tennis masters 2014 in the singles, and in 2012, 2015, 2018 in the doubles. Coates 5 Paralympic medals, gold medals at both Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2020. Silver in the singles at London 2012 and Rio 2016, and silver in the doubles at London 2012. Head-to-head, they had 34 times. Their last meeting was at Wimbledon in the summer, with a straight substitute for the girls. Showing off one, full touch, we see later. Next action here then, the Lexus Wheelchair Tennis Championships. Women's singles semi-final. David Group versus Eddie Coates.
Right, all Dutch affair coming up next. Women's singles semi-final. 2 players who know each other very well indeed. Meeting number 34 between the world number 1, Dieter de Groot, and the world number 5, Annick van Coort. They've been playing each other for 7 years. First encounter on hard court was back in 2016 at the Paribas Open de France. That was, in fact, probably the most competitive encounter they've had during their time. There was a period where they would kind of swap victories, but as we were saying in commentary yesterday, in the quarterfinal stage, Dieter has been pretty much invincible for the last 4 years. In fact, Annick's last victory was at Wimbledon on grass back in 2019, where it went 3 sets. Since then, it's all been about Dieter de Groot. Just the second meeting between them here at the British Open. Van Coort won the 2016 semi-final, and she is the defending champion for this year. What are your thoughts on this one?
I think it's going to be tough, isn't it, for Annick? You look at Dieter, and I suppose the only positive you can maybe take for Annick is yesterday Dieter was a little bit flat, wasn't she? She wasn't quite firing on all cylinders. She just didn't really get out of second gear, but to be fair to her, she didn't have to. It's going to be a tough match for Van Coort out there today. What can she bring to cause the world number 1 some problems?
Well, she's not been beaten since the Australian Open in 2021, which is a winning streak of 112 matches. That's how invincible she has been. We talked about how good the Dutchman was in the quad singles just before this. A lady who's not been beaten, what, that's now 2.5 years, because the Australian Open, early part of 2021. She's almost gone through, getting on for 3 years unbeaten. That's how good she is. And certainly if you watched her match up with Angelica Bernal of Colombia yesterday, you might have questioned that, going, well, didn't look that special. Angelica caused her a few problems with that wonderful backhand of hers yesterday. You just wonder, maybe she'll up a game. She's going to have to up a game, you reckon, because if she plays like she played yesterday, this could easily go 3.
Absolutely. I think the slightly worrying thing, though, like you said, she wasn't on top form yesterday, but 4 games she dropped still, so it's not great for her opponents. But it depends a little bit on, I think, how Anique van Cote starts out here. If she can just put the pressure on a little bit straight away, just get those first couple of games on the board, and just find a way to get into the group service games as well, put a little bit of pressure on her. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Your private helicopter arrived rather early. Not required till the end of the day, thank you.
I wish. Oh, that was the one that dropped me off this morning.
Yes. It's her own personal taxi. Right, I'm very glad they're wearing different colours today, because they are actually dissimilar, but both from the Netherlands, both have been around for quite a while, and should be easy to identify. So it's going to be a kind of light green, lime green top. Will be Didier de Groot. One. Coat will be in the blue. The Dutch flag. Those will be flying around the environs of this Nottingham Open. Just warming up a little bit. Still quite windy, but a little bit warmer as the day progresses. We have the first of the women's singles semi-finals for a place in that final over the weekend.
Anique van Cote to serve. First set.
So first, Sue Baker is our umpire.
False. Lovely. Love 30.
Already a bit more of a dominant start on that point, wasn't it? We didn't see that too often yesterday. Pushing inside the court, being aggressive with that backhand.
$15, 30. Yes, for 7. $15, 40.
Great game there from De Groot. Much better start already.
Different player.
Yeah, a lot more purpose.
Yesterday.
I think she said in a post-match interview as well that she'd have to go up a level or two after her performance yesterday. She already has come out of the blocks firing.
Helped by a couple of double faults though, as we said. Double faults, 3 points given to the world number 1. And that's exactly what you don't want to do.
Diego de Groot to serve.
See how aggressive Coates going to be in terms of receiving and returning.
15 off.
She's going to have to come in a bit more than that. That's what I mean.
I think she heard you.
I think she may have done, because we're not too far away from her. I'm sure she's got her own game plan. She won't be listening to mine, but that's exactly what she'll need to do.
Net for service.
Makes such a difference when she's looking to push inside the court. That first point just waited for it a little bit. Just really try and get on the front foot in these rallies, get the first strike in.
Sergio. .30. Net for service. Game. De Groot.
Showing the rally ended that way.
De Groot leads by 2 games.
They were trading quite nicely until that mistake into the net, but she backs up the break to go 2-love up.
Love 15.
Can't afford those.
3 doubles first 2 games.
Don't want to give De Groot any more of a helping hand. Just needs to try and get at the back of the ball a little bit more, give it a little bit more height over the net.
Love 30.
Make that 4 already in the opening couple of service games. Just shaking out that arm. Don't know whether it's a bit of nerves, whether she's got a bit of a niggle in the shoulder or something. So just try and find her rhythm. Try and make a few first serves here.
Love 40.
Oh dear. It's definitely, yeah, definitely a tight arm. Very tight arms, because she's 5 double faults. And the same problem from open play, just getting the ball in play is the issue at the moment.
15, 40.
Yeah. Interesting gesticulation there. It's kind of, when I get the ball in play, I win points, right?
I know, tennis is so easy, right? Just put the ball in the court and you'll win.
Exactly, that's what's happening. She actually gets a serve in, gets it in the service box. She's winning the majority of the service points. It's a simple game.
I know, I think you're wasted in commentary. You should be doing coaching instead.
I'm sure I could do much about the double faults, though, to be honest. I don't think any coach can. That's wrong, but she can just free that arm up, make it less tight. We could have quite a contest here.
Advantage, Franco.
And again, all of a sudden something's just clicked. Just getting a little bit more height over the net, getting a little bit more work on the ball. She's got pace behind the serve, that's not the problem. But like you were saying, it's just how many times can she get it in, and 4 in a row.
Oh, as I said, off microphone, win it. She just did. That ball right on the baseline. That was a terrific rally. Some cracking shots.
I don't know how she stayed in it. I think there was at least 5 or 6 balls that I counted. She probably shouldn't have even got a racket on, let alone go back with the depth and to still have the composure to hit that backhand for a winner.
Well, that's it with the quality of the match. Bring it on.
Advantage, Franco.
jobs. It's back again. It's double fault number 6. This is only her second service game.
Just pushing that backhand long. Again, another breakpoint opportunity here. And get the double break in this opening set. Struggled a little bit with that slice from Van Cote, hasn't she? Keeps really low. She's able to knife through it, and on courts like this especially, it's pretty quick. Doesn't bounce up too high, especially in defence. It's tough to get around the outside of the ball and find the court.
Advantage to go. Leads by 3 games to none.
So double break for the world number 1. I want to ask you about the dynamic when you're playing your doubles partner. You will have done that in your career. What's it like?
I think it depends on, I guess, how sort of friendly you are. It's never easy. I think you tend to know their games pretty well, so there aren't really too many secrets, but it's always just about thinking about what kind of you need to do. You've got to be able to put that friendship aside and just focus on the there and now. But like I say, it isn't easy. These ladies will know both their games, know their weaknesses, know their strengths, and yeah, it is tough, but you've got to be professional, don't you? You've got to just go out there, do what you need to do, and the group's just really started really solid. It's a much better start than yesterday, wasn't it? Not that Van Cote hasn't had opportunities either.
Now, if you take away the double faults, unfortunately there have been way too many of those. In terms of her all-round game so far, what she's shown when she's got into the round has been very impressive.
Yeah, it has. It's tough though when those double faults do tend to come. They come in waves, don't they? And 7 by my count so far already, almost 2 games given away just in double faults alone.
love 15.
It's catching. That's her first.
You're right though, when they do get into the rallies, Van Cote has had a lot of opportunities and had a lot of success and caused problems. Just needs to do it more often.
We're into airball territory for a bit there. But, when I did the women's doubles in Rio, the amount of airballs there were in that women's double, they all spent more time being almost above a jet airliner than any other time. It seems to have changed a bit actually in women's doubles now, but there was a time when that seemed to be the go-to shot.
Not happy with where she hit the passing shot, gave De Groot another opportunity.
Yeah, it was a bit like, have another one, why don't you? Yeah, couldn't do it the first time. Oh, I'm sure you can do it better next time. Show us how to do it. Don't give the world number one that kind of opportunity.
Well, that's more like it on the return. Well inside the baseline on that forehand. It's a really big weapon on Van Cote.
Next, first service.
She had a chance on that second serve there to punish it. Didn't. She got punished herself. The ball came back. That was a squeal, like double fault. She's a perfectionist. She wants to get things done in the proper manner and quickly too. Just brought it back to deuce and given her doubles partner a little sniff and a break back here.
Second serve. advantage, dear Grove.
That's glorious.
It's just such a clever shot, isn't it? She's sort of 2-3 meters behind the baseline, but she gives it that height over the net. Just bouncing up over Van Cote's racket.
I doubt there's any other player in women's tennis who could do that in wheelchair tennis, because it looks like an impossible shot, quite frankly, but she pulls it off.
Game, the Grove. The Grove leads by 4 games to 0.
Well, it's 4-love. I think that's a little bit deceptive from the match we've seen.
Yeah, a little bit. I think Van Cote, especially when she's gone into the rallies a lot, has been going toe-to-toe with the group, but it's just those double faults that have really cost her just a few chances and game points that she's had that she's not been able to capitalise on.
So a double break. And, so maybe now she's down the far end. Maybe those double faults will stop.
Love
A
15.
little bit of extra pace on that forehand, wasn't there, from the group?
That reared up and nearly could have caught her in the face. It was coming back and rearing up at the body. Not so much the chair, more her torso, really. So the sun is out at Nottingham properly for the first time. Today, that is.
Fault.
Whatever. Not in Manchester.
Love 30.
Dispatched nicely. Again, just moving into the return, landing a little bit too short in the service box. Just didn't have enough pace on it. Found the angle. Wanting to get another break here, the number 1 seed.
Fifteen, 30. That's you. Out. 30-40.
We've been here before. Oh, the break point for Dida de Groot. 5-love lead.
Fault. Game. De Groot.
There it goes. Little flash.
De Groot leads by 5 games to love.
Just cannot get any kind of traction on this first set. Nick Van Coort on the stage. Because, Patriot is just very much in control. The double faults have stopped, but open play, she can't match world number one. She's doing this without really breaking sweat.
Yeah, she is. She just slowly got better and better as this set's gone on, hasn't she? Just slowly started being more aggressive. But I do think if you didn't see the score and you looked at how the rallies have been going, you wouldn't necessarily say it's a 5-love set, would you? There's been quite a lot of good points in there from Van Coort. They just haven't been at those crucial moments when she's had game points. Sometimes where it's been 30-all, just an error or a double fault has crept in, and against someone like Dida de Groot, 112 match win streak, you just can't afford that, can you?
Well, I have had breakfast, but I've just been counting up the bagels. And in encountering these two, if she were to serve it out here, it would be bagel number 5.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it? Just shows how dominant and how clinical and how good she's able at staying focused.
Fifteen off.
Yeah, that's what she can do. She knows she can do it. She's having a little chat to herself about that. Just a little kind of equivalent of a Dutch come on. She has that ability. She has the range of shots to test de Groot, but not happening regularly enough at this stage.
Had her on a piece of string
20-15.
from the first ball of that rally. What I really like about her game is she's able to use a higher shape ball to push them back and then flatten it out when she needs to, like you saw here. Just went lower over the net, took time away from the opponent. She's got the full package, doesn't she?
It's amazing how players of this quality can just work their opponent side to side to side to side. That's exactly what she was doing there, wasn't she?
But also she picks the right moment, doesn't she, to pull the trigger. Like you say, works it from side to side and then waits till she gets the right opening. She doesn't often pull the trigger on the wrong shot.
40-15.
That's a giveaway. And what has given away is 2 set points. Now, last time they met at Wimbledon. Second set was 6-love. She may well be starting this semi-final with a 6-love. She is.
Game. First set.
Wimbledon
Road 6 games
just
to
a
win.
few weeks ago was 6-2, 6-love in favour of de Groot. Well, she's carried on where she left off from SW19 just a few weeks ago, and started with a very dominant first set. And so if you took those double faults away, and there were 7 of them from Van Kurt, yeah, they could have been much tighter. So I'm not saying she would have won it, but I think it would have been less one-sided than it was. Look at those stats as they come up. I think that'll be one of the most prominent ones, will be the double faults on this page.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in those first couple of games, she almost gave her a little bit of a head start, didn't she? Double faults, laid it down a 7. But yeah, really struggled, didn't she? And look at the points won as well, almost double for de Groot. Just shows how clinical and how dominant she was, but she did have chances. She had game points on her service games, but she just wasn't able to take them. And when de Groot is able to open out that lead, she just really puts her foot on the accelerator and doesn't let go.
Well, the total points won 2-1 virtually in that set.
Shows the dominance, doesn't it? And no break points created from Van Cote either. de Groot was able to back it up really well on her serve, even though she had a couple of double faults of her own. But I felt today she means business. She's a lot more business-like out there. She wants to get this done a little bit quicker. She's definitely realised that yesterday wasn't her top level, so she's just going through the gears a little bit more. I'm sure she'll be a lot happier with that first set performance today.
I was going to ask you about changing her game plan, but actually I don't think she really needs to change her game plan, does he, Van Kurt? Because when she's in a rally, she's playing very well. She is matching de Groot for the most part. So there's not an awful big alteration to make, is there?
No, I don't think so. You're absolutely right. When she is in the rallies, especially when she's using the forehand, she's been able to dominate a lot of these rallies, but it's just been the serve that's really got her into trouble more often than not. Is she able to... Just needs to get her first game on the board though, doesn't she, and stick with de Groot. But once she does get into the rallies, she's able to manoeuvre the ball pretty well. She's got a heavy weight of shot. She's got that ability to mix in the slice backhand that did initially cause de Groot some problems. But again, it's just about, can you maintain that consistency? And that has really been the issue throughout this first set. She just hasn't been able to do it for long enough periods. And you see a lot of the time when you play against these top players, it's not about how well you hit the ball, because you know all of these players hit the ball as well as each other, but who's able to maintain it for longer. And that's what the difference is between the top players and the ones who are just fractionally beneath them.
It's ridiculous, you know, this, if she comes through this, and it looks like she probably will do at this stage, 113 matches unbeaten. Now, I don't know, we haven't got a breakdown of those 113, but I imagine the majority of them, she hadn't even been taken into 3 sets.
No, probably not. Surely it's going to be some Guinness World Record or something. I don't think I've ever heard anyone else have such a long win streak. I'd love to know if it is the case, if anyone can give me any info on that, but it's just so impressive. And just to be able to do it week in, week out as well, it's just it's not only the physical effort it takes, but the mental effort as well, because everyone's gunning for you, aren't they? There's always that pressure being expected to win, and she just looks like it's water off a duck's back.
First female wheelchair tennis player to win the Golden Slam. That was in 2021. She's well on her way to doing it again this year. So, 6-love, 5th ever bagel between these two. There's never a bagel for Van Kurt. They've all been for de Groot. And first serve will come from Van Kurt for the second set.
Love 15.
She's getting a bit cranky with herself now. Getting annoyed. Shot selection's okay, just a bit too much oomph on it.
Last 30.
Just getting better and better, isn't it? Especially on the forehand. Little fist pump there. She's really on it today. She wants to motor through this match. Gust of wind just took that backhand slice, just shot it through the court. We're just taking it a little bit late. Not sure that came out of the middle of the racket, but it all counts.
No, they don't play with wooden rackets anymore, but it did sound what I call woody.
Yeah, it did. I just come off that little bit on the throat of the racket, but they all count.
Needed that. Needed a winner just to get her back on the horse again. Nicely taken by Kurt. She's still got a bit of work to do to get back fully into this game. Still on break point for the #1 seed. Good rally from Van. And that was one of those few rallies in the match she's dominated.
Yeah, that's what she needs to do a little bit more often, but it makes it so tricky. She hits with such good depth and such good pace. Do have a little bit of information up. Michael just came over our on-court interviewer about Dida de Groot's long win streak. So we're talking about how many times she's gone to 3 sets in those 112. Do you want to take a guess at what?
20.
20. Okay. Just 9. 9 times in 112 matches. That is absolutely phenomenal.
Players doing some useful work on our behalf today. Oh, I like it. Yeah, I would have certainly gone double figures, but 9 out of that is even more extraordinary, isn't it? Now it's up to you to work out what percentage that is.
Did actually get an A for GCSE maths, but even my maths is not quite that good.
He's on the board. Couldn't really tell by her facial expression. She looks back at the commentator and says, yes, I know, thank you. You don't need to tell me that. And she's got the smile up.
Great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic.
Got some more trivia, this time from Marshall, who gives us all our fantastic information.
Marshall, by the way, thanks for everything so far. We've got another 2 days of info to be provided for us.
So she was telling me that actually it is the second longest streak in wheelchair tennis. Still got a long way to go to level the first one, which was, do you want to take a guess at how many matches it was?
Can you tell me who it was?
Esther.
Oh, Esther, of course,
Yep.
yeah. No. It's going to be the 200s, isn't it? 200s?
I think you might have to potentially double that and add a little bit. Wow. 470 matches when she retired back in 2013.
Just shows how phenomenal. I wonder if these two at their peak played each other, what the outcome would be.
I'd love to see it though. Shingo had a pretty long streak as well. His was just 107 in comparison.
15 all.
Wow. I worked on commentary with her, and I know, having seen her, seen the highlights of her career, just how good she was. But yeah, Dida up against Esther, at their peak would have been a very interesting combination. Imagine them as a doubles pairing.
Unstoppable.
Goal. Thirty, 15.
Yes! She enjoyed that one. Seeing De Groot flaming at air hasn't happened much, if at all, in this match, but that came back like a rocket. Two in a row. A chance for a break here. Chance for another game, I should say. Held on to her serve. Here comes a chance for a 2-love lead.
Just dominant, isn't she? It's always how well she plays the big points as well. She didn't hold back. Wasn't hoping for an error. Went after the forehand.
off mic, I was saying follow it up, because she didn't. In the middle of that rally, she had a chance to put that one away, played on 2 extra exchanges that she didn't need to do.
No, and there was also an opportunity for her to maybe look to come in as well. Tita was virtually off camera. She was that far wide. And she had to hit it up, so Van Kurt could have followed in.
And that's an ace. And that sees that game off, which could easily have gone the other way. First ace of the match as well from Deirdre Groot. First ace from either player, but oh, that's one that got away.
We always talk about chances, isn't it? It's boring. Come back to the same point every single time, but in this sport it's all about taking your opportunities when they come, and it's those tiny moments that change the outcome of a match. All of a sudden she could have been looking at a 2-love lead and back to 1-all, and little momentum shifts.
Yeah, she was. I think she was annoyed with herself, because I think she was thinking exactly what I was thinking in the middle of that rally, that that's all she should have done. But everything's in retrospect, nothing much you can do when it's happened. So, 1 set to De Groot, 1-1 second set with Van Kurt on serve.
Love 15.
This is where she's going to really look to try and make her move here.
Bolts. Lovely.
No, officially on our screen it said 5 for the first set, but we make it 8 in total. With Anna and myself from independent calculations in terms of double faults now. First ace for Van Kurt. So on a piece. A little nod of approval from her doubles partner.
Marshall's just giving me some more gems and great stats. Actually, Esther was inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame 2 weeks ago. 12-time British Open singles champion, as she should be.
I would say a bit late, actually, quite frankly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should happen before 2023. We retired for a decade.
Better late than never.
15-14.
2 more break points. Looks like this might be going a similar way to the first set. Obviously slightly different because of the game on the board for Van Kurt, but she's staring down the barrel again.
game. Go. Go leads by 2 games to 1.
So 6-love first set, 2-1 second set. Early break. It's just a really good Esther Fahir's 48 major titles, 21 in singles, 27 in doubles. World number 1 from 1999 to her retirement in 2013. World number 1 for 14 years.
Wow. Tina's got a little bit of a way to go to get there, but 36 slams already, just at the age of 26. I wonder by the end of her career how many she'll have racked up.
She's often been named the most dominant player in professional sports. Was Esther.
Time.
It was a real pleasure to work with her, say, on commentary. So she could still be playing. She's 42 now. We saw 50-year-old playing in the men's singles yesterday. And, yeah, absolutely right, Marshall. 2023 International Hall of Fame, so 10 years after her retirement, which I think is belatedly. So the time she didn't win was Wimbledon because the women's singles was not there for wheelchair tennis. She won Australian 9 times Australian Open champion, 6-time French Open champion, 6-time US Open champion. Anyone not on her CV, Wimbledon, because she couldn't win it because it wasn't there.
Maybe she'll make a comeback and try and win it.
Do you know what? I think she still could.
Yeah, I think she probably
I think
could
she
as
still
well.
could. She could come back.
I'd love to see it as well.
I think I suggested that to her when we worked together. I think it was something along the lines of over my dead body.
Need to find something that's going to entice her back.
She has a lot of other interest now, but more trying to help the future of Dutch tennis. Oh, you know what I say, my mantra with rounders like now was I want to see it be ended by a winner. Don't like to see the ball going out because there was so much effort put in by both players on that. Some great retrieving at both ends. You kind of want it to be a winner at the end.
Yeah, of course you do.
To give it a perfect finish rather than somebody succumb as Van Kurt did then.
Game to go.
Yeah, not quite happening.
To go leads by 3 games to 1.
Being overpowered by her doubles partner. 6-love, 3-1 to Groot, who's very much is one step, 1 foot into that final.
Love 15. Final. $30-15.
Just needs to try and keep hold of her service game. Just keep her side of the scoreboard ticking over. Just try and get as much pressure on De Groot as possible.
$30.
Double faults just creeping up again. Needs to try and find a first serve here.
Yeah.
14-30.
Players listening to the commentators. Well, I think she might well have been listening to you then, because first serve did the trick. It so often does.
Maybe I should say it again, see if she can get another one here. Close out this game. Couldn't quite manage it there. Again, De Groot just using that higher ball to the backhand. Getting Van Coat on the stretch. Tough to control it when it's that high above shoulder height. Forces the error. And she's going to be on the lookout for the double break here. She wants to get this done as quickly as possible. Conserve as much energy as she can.
Next, first service.
Well, she's only dropped 5 games in 2 days so far, so
Fault. Advantage to good.
yeah, just too good. There's that kind of browbeaten look you get when you go, nah, she is too good. She is just too good. When she comes up with stuff like that, it's unreturnable. Advantage again to grow it for a double break.
Okay,
That
De Groot.
is too good. And the
Ball change, please.
wing of the other Dutch
De
woman.
Groot leads by 4 games to
And
1.
this match may not have too much longer in it. 6-love, 4-1, and the ball's back on De Groot's racket. Right, talking about things happening on the periphery of the LTA at the moment. You got something else to mention?
Yeah, it's the last day of the LTA's Friday Pride Days for this summer. So there is activity on site here today, including rainbow laces for all of the players as well. I'll be going and grabbing some of those.
I think you still class as a player, don't you?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I think you do.
Old decrepit
I
one.
think you've earned your stripes on that. Pretty much.
Well, I'm going to go and
Old
sneak in there
decrepit.
anyway.
The 2 words that spring to mind when I think of you.
Oh, I don't know about that. Obviously we get out of bed in the morning.
Yeah, there's lots going on. And just again, in case you missed it earlier on, we are looking for the next generation of wheelchair tennis players, and it's a lot of fun. I've been a chair with a racket in my hand, which is not a pretty sight. And tomorrow between 10 and 2 we have a wheelchair tennis come and try session here in Nottingham at the Lexus British Open. There's opportunities to try the sport and see if that journey can take you into the realms of Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt. Tickets available for tomorrow's doubles final, including the come and try and also some of these singles finals. What can I never go? I might really like it.
15-0.
Banco just looks a little bit out of ideas here, doesn't she? Sort of throwing the kitchen sink at Groot and nothing's really stuck.
Goal.
The harbinger of bad timing. It's very black above us. The sunshine we had for a short spell has disappeared.
15-0.
No rain in the offing yet, but it has a kind of feel that it might not be too far away.
Temperature's cooled down quite a little bit, hasn't it, as well?
Goal. Out.
Yeah, she's kind of hitting out now, isn't she? There's not a lot of finesse about her game at the moment from Van Kurt.
I think you reach a point though, don't you, where sometimes you've got to go for broke. She's tried to stick in the rallies. It just hasn't quite worked. I think that's what's quite demoralising when you play leader, isn't it? You try and throw everything at her and she's just got an answer for everything. She can attack, she can defend, she can stick in the point. We spoke about it yesterday quite a lot. There's not really a weakness, and it's tough when you're playing someone like that, isn't it? You've got to try and think outside the box a little bit, but she just hasn't quite been able to come up with it today.
Game. De Groot. De Groot leads by 5 games to 1.
Flash of an eye, really, wasn't it? That was very, very quick. Did she get a return back in that game? I'm trying to remember now. I'm sure she did.
No, I'm not sure. I think especially the side that De Groot's serving from, she's got the wind behind her as well, so it's adding a little bit extra pace and it's just skidding through. Like we said a few times, these courts are pretty quick out here. I have played on them before, and with the wind and the speed of the court, it's not always easy, especially on the returns. They stay so low. You've got to prepare early.
Well, this could potentially be the last game of the match. 1-5.
Goal. Out. Love 15.
Yeah, went long. At the risk of repetition, we said 6 love was a bit of a harsh scoreline for Van Kurt. I think 1-5 is a bit of a harsh scoreline in the second set as well, but just on the big points, Leader's group has been too good.
Next, second serve.
She is human then. She does occasionally make mistakes. reared up.
15, 30.
Again, the amount of pace and force behind that shot, just reared up at Kurt then. Points away. That's more like it. Yeah, great rally on both sides of the net. Won by a winner. And the winner that takes the Gret to 2 match points.
Bolt.
Well, that's in the overall scheme of things.
30-40.
That might won't mean a great deal. Kurt will feel a little bit happy with herself. She was able to force the Gret to go scrambling, but you have to put the ball into the net. Still a match point though.
Deuce.
Such fine margins, top of the tape. Could have gone either way.
Advantage, Franco.
Still life left in this match. Just
Look at this slice. The way she's able to just cut under the ball, get that pace on it, find that accuracy as well.
Bolt. Deuce.
Voor je. Wel de hele week mee bezig, lukt nog steeds niet.
I should touch.
Pretty ropey, I have to say. Swedish is more my thing, but
I think what you were looking for is non-existent, actually.
well, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right there. I think we can get the gist of it. She's pretty annoyed.
Yes.
Bolt. Advantage to vote.
Well, she can't quite get over the line yet.
Deuce.
2 return errors on match points. George did want both of them back.
Not too many deuces. I think this is the longest game we've had in the whole match.
Fault. Fault. Advantage. De Groot.
Kind of back to where we started. First game of the match. So I'll make that 10
So do I.
faults.
Deuce.
Third return missed on match point. Little wry smile from De Groot.
It's within touching distance. It's right there. You can see it.
You can taste it, just
Yeah.
can't quite get over the line.
Advantage. De Groot.
Well, umpire says in. And Van Kurt says no. But unfortunately, only one person gets to decide that, and it's the person in the chair. Not the person in the chair on the court.
I do have to say, I do think it might have just dropped in, clipped the outside edge of the line.
Well, umpteenth match point here for De Groot. And this time she does it.
Instead of match. De Groot.
So defending champion is out.
Love.
And
6.
Corey, the champion-elect, is going to shake hands with her at the net. And that's only the second time in their encounters that Van Kurt has only taken one game off her. Last time being at the US Open in 2021. This time she's taken more of the game from her, but that's only the second time. Last time around it was 6-1, 6-love. This time it's 6-love, 6-1. And that winning streak is extended to 113 matches now. And a much, much more convincing performance today for the world number one. She's got herself in position with Dr. Michael on court. And gives a few words of wisdom as she prepares that quick time. Very quick to look at these stats, I think.
Very dominant performance, wasn't it? Just look at the points won. Huge discrepancy between the two. Very clinical, very businesslike today. She spoke about wanting to improve the level of her performance, and that's pretty much what she did from start to finish. Went through the gears. I'm sure she'll be a lot happier today than she was yesterday.
We are ready to go for the interview with our winner, Disa de Groot.
Well, first of all, congratulations through to the final here at the Lexus British Wheelchair Tennis Championship Open. Pleasing victory yesterday. You spoke, you wanted to level up a bit more. You've done it in straight set, 6-1 today. More happy with your performance today?
Yes, a whole lot. No, I'm very happy. I think I played very consistent. There are maybe at the end there were a little bit like loose errors, but still I'm very happy with how I played today.
If our maths are correct, that's 113 straight victories now for you. What do you put your form down to? Because you're playing some beautiful tennis.
Beautiful tennis, beautiful form. I don't know. It's going very well. I don't think I can say anything else. I'm really proud of myself for having such a streak, but at the same time, it's not really like a goal. And I think it's a really strange goal to have, to like never lose. So I think I really just try to focus on my game, and that's what gets me this far.
Yeah, well, today, you looking for another level for the final now to secure the victory here?
No, I'm really excited to play doubles as well today. So that's gonna get started, and then I think the final will be played on Sunday. So one day rest.
Well, congratulations, we look forward to seeing you in the final and the medals.
Yes, we do. There's a lot more of the De Groot to come, and of course you will be combining with Aniek van Coort for that. So next up, more women's singles action. We'll find out who our opponent's going to be in that final when we see Zhu Zhenjian up against Dana Mathewson of the USA. They'll be up next, and after that we'll have Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid against Michael Schaefers and Ruben Spargaran. That'll be in the men's doubles semi-final. We'll take a little break from you, and we'll be back in around about 10 minutes for more play from Nottingham and the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship.
The time for our next action here at the Lexus British Open World Tennis Championships. Our next here on centre court is our second semi-final in the women's singles final. First in that final versus the group is up for grabs. Two players going head-to-head in this one. It's the number 3 seed from China, Zhu Zhenjian, taking on Dana Matheson of the USA. Chairman plan for this match is Jamie Croson. While the players get rolled up, let's give you some information about our players and their journey so far. Zhenjian became the first Chinese wheelchair tennis player to compete at a major at the 2020 Australian Open. She reached 2 single semi-finals by defeating the defending champion Laura over the group. She played wheelchair tennis in 2005 at the age of 16. Has 28 singles titles to her name and 40 doubles titles. Also the highest ranked Chinese player of all time. Round 1 showed a bye in the competition. In the quarter-final, straight sets victory versus Lisa Shuko, winning 6-1, 6-4. Takes on Dana Matheson, 14 singles titles to her name, 31 doubles titles. Notably, with her doubles partner, Committee won the 2022 Wimbledon Championships. She also made Matheson the first American woman to win a major wheelchair tennis title, which comes here after that winning the Belgian Open in the doubles last week with her partner Lucy Shuko. Her journey so far, round 1 in her Martinez 6-1, 6-0, straight sets victory. And yesterday she beat the number 2 seed, yesterday in straight sets 6-4, 6-4. Head-to-head for these two players, 6 meetings between them. Last meeting was at the Belgian Open. They won clay, and then 2 sets victory for Zhenjian. So it's our second women's singles semi-final here on centre court, the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. The chair umpire is Jamie Croson, and it's Zhu Zhenjian of China versus Dana Matheson of the USA.
So we'll go back to the Nottingham Tennis Centre. It's the third match on centre court today. It's another women's singles semi-final. So we know who the first of the finalists will be. It's Dida de Groot. And comprehensive win over her Dutch teammate just a few moments ago. So who is that opponent going to be at the weekend? Well, it is Zhu Zhenjian of China up against the American Dana Matheson. Zhu's got the better of their encounters. They've met 3 times. Well, this will be their 3rd meeting in 2023. Actually, Matheson had her first win over the Chinese at the Swiss Open. That was on clay. Belgian Open also on clay, was won by Zhu 6-2, 6-love. All their hard court meetings, which this will be the 4th. Zhu has won all, and so far Matheson's only taken 1 set off her. So a big job for the world number 8 against the world number 6. And we're not going to see too much more of Dana Matheson because she plans to retire after the Paralympics next year. So less than a year more of her tennis career to come.
Yeah, that is a shame. She's been a great player over the years, but obviously looking to try something new. She is getting married as well in December, so wants to start that next chapter in her life.
And as we have a look at Zhu there, she's done something a lot of other people have not done. Get 3 career wins over Dida de Groot. It's a while ago, mind you. It was between 2016 and 2017, so it's quite ancient history. It's a long time ago, but there's a lot of people who would give their, well, pretty much anything you care to mention to even get 1 win over the world number 1.
Yeah, it hasn't happened for a long time that someone's beaten her. So, like you say, to have 3 victories against her is pretty impressive. I'm sure she'll want to try and get through today and put her wits against her tomorrow, see if she can make that 4 and end that huge winning streak that de Groot has.
It is actually surprising that a country as big as China, with the amount of people who could potentially be wheelchair tennis players in that country, that she is by far and away their most successful, and you'd be hard pushed to think of any others, certainly on the male side of things anyway, in China.
Yeah, you would, and especially considering how big into sports they are and the finances that they do have to be able to back them. It just obviously hasn't really quite got going out there, but hopefully she can inspire the next generation. Get more Chinese wheelchair players coming up.
Matheson did win the Wimbledon Doubles Championship last year with somebody who's sadly absent this year. I'd love to have seen her here in Nottingham, but she's not with us in 2023. Japan's Yui Kamiji. I'd like to see her. Plays the game, I call in the right way, always smiling, always happy. Even when things aren't quite going her way, she'll always have a good smile. But yeah, Matheson with that Grand Slam result from last year. She did reach the semi-finals at the 2019 US Open. Spent quite a bit of time in the UK. Got her graduation at the end of this year. Is now a Doctor of Audiology.
Wow.
Sounds good to me.
It does. Sounds far too intelligent for me.
That was my little pun, but I think it went over everybody's head, to be honest.
Chose to ignore it.
Anyway, let's see who is going to be Dida de Groot's final opponent here. For the umpire to give us the all clear. And here we go.
Hasn't managed to find a first serve in this game, the American. First double fault as well. Already 2 early break points for the Chinese player.
First game.
Well, that game went relatively quickly. And first break to Zhu. It's the fourth meeting on hard court. First encounter was back at the World Team Cup 2017 when she won 6-1, 6-2. One victory for Mathewson was earlier this year, but again on clay, so probably not that indicative of what we're going to see today. She lost the first set and won the next two, 6-love, 6-3. I think coming into the British Open on the back of winning the women's doubles with Britain's Lucy Schuker as her partner.
It's a tricky serve to deal with, hasn't got that much pace on it. Curving away, especially in this wind as well.
More of a lob than a serve, isn't it, really?
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe Mathewson's going to have to alter her position. A fraction would be to stay in court a little bit more. Dealt with that well, though. Inside the baseline, cut off the angle a little bit, but you're right. It's a little bit more of a lob kind of serve, isn't it? It really doesn't get too much pace behind it, but in blustery conditions like this, it makes it so tricky to deal with.
I would have thought there was a serve that after a while, because it doesn't vary, it'd be quite an easy one to read, that you know roughly where it's going to land and what to do with it.
Where it lands, it doesn't finish though. If you look there, it's always just curving away. Whether it's on the Jew side, curving away down the middle from the backhand, or on the outside, curving into the chair.
Choice of shot there from the American. Doesn't quite pay off. So having a sniff of a immediate break back. She now finds herself from going 2 off down. Was a much better constructed point by the American, just driving the Chinese right back against the backstop. Just hanging in the second game right now.
That was the first serve that had a little bit more pace on it. Came through the court a little bit quicker, and just that on the forehand, just pulled off it a fraction. And she finds the ace. First one of the match. Backs up the break she got in the opening game.
So 2-love to the Chinese. Wind at the end that she just served from was a little bit more swirly than at the end where Dana Mathewson will serve from. Still gets up occasionally in mid-ball toss. Like that, for example. Yes, but a couple where she's really set up the point nicely, and that last shot has just ballooned out over the baseline. All the construction was brilliant right to that last shot.
Yeah, it's always like that. It is tough conditions. It's probably the most that it's been all morning and early afternoon, especially from one side, the side that she's at. Just with the wind, it's tough if you don't add that little bit of extra topspin to bring it inside the baseline. That's where the wind can help, though. Really just added a little bit of extra pace on the slice backhand. It just knifed through the court. Smart choice of shot there from the American.
Beautifully set up point from the serve onwards from the American.
She's got a lot more power behind her shots as well, doesn't she? She's a little bit more nifty with what she does out there. She's not able to generate quite so much.
Back up to the serve, the second and third shots on that rally. Perfection. 2 beautifully constructed points in that game. Give her her first game of the match, and she's now starting to warm up a bit, unlike us.
Yeah, I know we're getting colder and colder. I'd much rather be out there playing, but much better point there from Matthewson. Dictated it from start to finish and used that forehand really well, just manoeuvring the chair, especially on that last shot. It's really aggressive, and I'm quite surprised about their head-to-head record, I have to say. With a game that Matthewson has, you would have thought she could have caused Shu a lot more problems.
Also fear for our cameraman. There's this one of our cameramen blowing into his hands just then. Yes, it's that kind of day. It does feel like we could be in October rather than August, quite frankly.
One of them's got shorts on as well. What's he doing? Braver than I am.
Yeah, I think they'll have pimples on pimples by the time we finish today.
Yeah, where's the sun? It's so cloudy overhead.
We had it for about 20 minutes, didn't we? It got actually quite warm for a very short spell, but short being the operative word. I suppose at least we should be grateful. And there are very dark clouds above us. Then they may be rain bearing, but they're not depositing their content on us yet. So we have the match of the day underway. Second of the women's semi-finals. One break for Zhu on the Matthewson serve. Now she's serving at 2-1. If I could explain it to an American and a Chinese, that would be called yorked.
I'm not sure they're quite going to understand. Still think that Matthewson needs to maybe adjust her starting position a little bit. Start a little bit closer to the baseline. And even during the rally as well, I think she way too far back for the pace that Zhu's hitting the ball at. So many times so far already where she's having to pick it up off the toes off the second bounce, where she's maybe a little bit further inside. She'd be able to take them on, be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe force Zhu to have to hit with a little bit more depth just by where her court positioning is. Maneuvering the American really well. She uses pace as well. She doesn't necessarily generate that much herself, but is able to use what the American's throwing at her.
So just that one break between the two of them now. Zhu leading Matthewson by 3 games to 1 in the first set.
He is so good at putting the ball in awkward positions, just where you don't want to hit the ball. The penultimate shot in that rally, just landing an inch inside the baseline, but just so high, kicking up. Matthewson was pretty much in the back fence, could only drop it short. More opportunities here to get the double break, really open up a lead in this opening set. Just goes about her business really methodically, doesn't she? There's no frills, just very solid, doesn't give many errors away, doesn't show much emotion. She's got a great poker face, hasn't she?
She's permanently in the zone. Actually, having said that, was the first kind of bit of reaction we've seen. Someone's gone adversely. Just replaying that shot. Looking like a really nice lead for Zhu at this stage. Just hanging on by her fingertips. Something she's not employed so far in the match. A little shorter ball worked very well.
It's a lot easier down the far end as well, because she's hitting into the wind, so it just dies a lot quicker. Not quite so easy from the end that Zhu's at.
Zhu bossed that rally pretty much all the way through there. There's a lot of retreating, a lot of recovery work being done by Matthewson. Another break point for the Chinese for a 4-1 lead. Lead duly comes 4-1 to Zhu over Matthewson. I've got to be serious, I didn't know what audiology was. And for somebody who works and has worked in audio for many years, maybe I should have known that. Do you know what it is?
No, I'm going to have to say I didn't have a clue either.
Okay, it's about identifying and assessing hearing and balance function and their associated disorders.
Oh, wow.
There you go. It's not what I thought it was at all.
Sounds
so that
really interesting.
is what she's got her doctorate in.
Very impressive.
So that's obviously the area she wants to go down. I'm sure she has a reason to. We talked about Dana Matheson getting married and etc. and she's going to retire. I would have thought with an American Paralympics coming up in 2028, and she's still very young, probably an incentive to keep going, isn't it?
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, we don't necessarily know her reasons for wanting to retire, but we have seen time and time again people do make comebacks, don't they? And you know, maybe she just wants to have this next few years of her life where starting married life, maybe starting a new job with the degree that she now has. You never know. Maybe we can ask her and find out. There is potential.
No, more immediate priority to try and start wrestling this match away from Zhu, and she is 1-4 adrift, double break. The Chinese has a wheel issue there. Looking at the back of the rims on one of them. Have the chair doctor not too far away. Resolve these things if there is a problem.
30-50.
Just getting away from Mathewson here.
Talk about players being phlegmatic. Matheson's been very phlegmatic. She's barely shown any sign of anything in the first 5 games.
No, she hasn't. I haven't really seen her play too much. I'm not sure how demonstrative she is usually. But I suppose she hasn't really had too much to show emotion about so far.
She's got to hold on to a serve, as this first set will be done and dusted. 6 games done, 5 of which have been won by Zhu. So 1-5. Matheson serving to stay in this first set.
Got a point there from Mathewson. Using the forehand again, we just haven't seen that enough today. We've seen it sporadically. She's pretty much won every single point when she has looked for that shot. She does have away putting the ball in tricky position so that she hasn't been able to do that. Bigger on the backhand as well. Just flattening it out a little bit more.
To laugh behind one of our cameramen, there's a couple who've just got the thermos flask out, which I think probably contains something hot. Hoping they might come over here with it. Far more dominant. She's done it a couple of times already. We saw in a game not so long ago that a couple of points she put together really forcefully, really positively, and there's another example of one.
So she just needs to try and do a little bit more consistently. I'm not sure I saw Zhu in the camera for that whole rally, did you? She almost like she'd disappeared.
She's got 3 game points here to bring it back to 2-5. Actually don't mind that. In the top of the net. She's trying to be positive. Just soaking up the Chinese advances. I agree with you. The game she's got, it is surprising that she's only beaten the Chinese once. Never on home court. Ooh, a little fist pump there from Mathewson to indicate she's quite happy to get her second game on the board, and why shouldn't she be? Still quite a long climb to get back into this first set, however. As you will come out to serve in a moment with that 5-2 lead. Still to come later on, we'll have the men's doubles semi-final. Top seeds and Wimbledon champions, no less. Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid will take up Igor Schaefers and Ruben Spargaren of Netherlands. We'll be following this one. Yeah, I've already come to us a bit late today. Tita de Groot with 6-love, 6-1 win over Annemiek van Kurt. We're starting the day with the quad singles. And convincing win for the world number 1, Niels Vink over Andy Lapthorne. So the matches so far today. So we're looking for an opponent for Tita de Groot in the women's singles. Final this weekend. Certainly in the box seat right now is Shenzhen of China, serving at 5-2 for the first set.
aggressive forehand there from Zhu. Haven't seen that too often today. But she's been content with just being really solid, forcing the error from Matthewson, and unfortunately from the American they have tended to be pretty free-flowing. And there's another one. Just been way too many of those so far today.
Yeah, way too many unforced errors. Kind of handing, or virtually handing, this first set to the Chinese. 3 set points. And 1 is all she needs. And Zhu gets it done in fairly rapid fashion. 6-2 was exactly how she took the first set of the Belgian Open in the most recent encounter. 6-2. The stats at the moment. I'll ask you that age-old question in terms of game plan. What does the American do to get it back in her favour? But only able to hold on to a serve once. Chinese pretty comfortable. 6-2 first set. There are the stats.
Pretty dominant, wasn't it, from Zhu in that opening set? First serve percentage, 77%. Like we mentioned a couple of times, doesn't have the biggest serve, but it's just so awkward, isn't it, to play against? Just found a way to be solid in the rallies, and I'd love to see the unforced error count for Matthewson. That would be pretty high, and you said what can she do to find a way to get a little bit closer in the second set, and I think it's just still stick to her game plan, but just clean it up better. She had the right idea, looking to dominate with the forehand, be aggressive, but it's just way too many errors. Can she give herself a slightly bigger margin, a little bit more height over the net?
Is there much pace on, you'll be able to tell way better than me, much pace on those Chinese returns? I just get the impression that because she's so deep, it's actually not helping her get into the rallies.
No, it's quite tough. I personally, when I was playing, I found it quite difficult when playing against someone who's very consistent but doesn't really give you a lot of pace, and you're having to generate it yourself. Then you feel like you maybe got to do a little bit more. You tend to try and go a little bit closer to the lines, and Zhu in that first set was just so adept at putting it in places that Matthewson really didn't want to play.
Well, here we go. Set 2. The American to serve, hoping to go for a slightly better start than she did in the first.
shot there, going big down the middle of the court. Have to manoeuvre the chair out of the way and just got a little bit jammed in that backhand, forced the error. Matthewson in this early part of the second set just needs to hold on to her service games.
That's a relatively comfortable hold for the American. She's feeling about this weather because she's from California. Well, I think I could tell straight away looking across at her. She's not enjoying
She heard you. She looked a bit chilly.
Yeah, she did. She. I think she could do with probably not a sleeveless top on a day like today.
No, I think she's got it right, hasn't she? She's got the double layers on.
Matheson's best results have come on hard court. It's definitely her favourite surface. It won't take too much for her to get back into this match either. Breaking out a bit of momentum, we could see a very different match.
Use the height much better on the ball, got it kicking off the court. She is able to do that. She does have the power to really get her reacting off the court. And that opening set, she just chose to look to hit through it a little bit more. Maybe she can just add a little bit more variety, mix in the two. I think that might have been the most aggressive forehand we've seen her hit so far today. Using that lefty forehand to really good effect. It's worked around the outside of the ball. Changed her serving again, hasn't she? She's gone for that sort of lobbed, floaty serve that really just doesn't have any pace.
Good response from the American. I did say if she could get on a bit of a roll here, she's got the ability, she's certainly got the range of shots to trouble the Chinese player, and that's kind of what she has just gone and done. Now, can she back it up? So, 2-love. The games she took in the first set, she's taken already in the second. great winner.
She's come out firing, hasn't she? It's almost like she's just pressed the reset button. Come on with her A game. That's a gorgeous shot. Just cutting under the ball again, being really smart. Knows that the wind's against her, so that short ball's just going to be even more effective. Just creating a little bit of an opportunity on the American serve. Wants to get the immediate break back.
Well, another momentum swing. It's going the Americans' way, and then immediately it goes in the other direction, and that break she worked so hard to get is immediately snuffed out by the Chinese. So back on serve at 1-2. Interesting looking back at their previous meetings, in which there have been 6. We mentioned that Xu leads by 5-1. 3 of those 6 have gone to 3 sets. So it would not be at all surprising if this one did likewise. There's no real pattern in this match, is there? I mean, the first set I suppose there was with a 6-2, but since the resumption, it's difficult to see clear path of what's happening in the second set.
I think a lot of it is down to what Dane is able to produce, isn't it? She's got the power to cause you problems. It's just that she's been able to do it consistently enough, which she did in the opening 2 games of this set, but then had a bit of a sloppy game in the previous one. And like I said before, Xu is tricky to play against. She doesn't give you much pace. She puts it in tricky places.
Yes! A howitzer of a reply from the American. Well, maybe that's the answer. Keep the point short. Try and get your rapier sharp shot in nice and early. That's what she did before the Chinese even got a chance to react. Slightly different game plan there. Oh, she's trying to do it again. This time denied by the top of the tape. Yeah, it didn't last long either. I do like that. Well, if it is a new policy, I quite like that philosophy, is try and keep the point short. Go for a nice early winner if you can. And it certainly worked on one point. Didn't work after that, but I think it's worth persisting with.
Suits her game style a little bit more. She just looks more comfortable being the attacker out there on the court. She doesn't look quite so comfortable just getting into these long drawn out rallies. Brilliant depth there from Ju, collecting the baseline. I was just watching Matthewson throughout that rally. She's so deep behind the court, and you were saying in terms of wanting her to be a little bit more aggressive, shorten out the points, but when you're sort of 7-8 feet behind the baseline, it's so hard to do that. Love to see her shift her court position a little bit further inside the baseline.
It's a very incisive serve. Get our ball back. What should we do? Yeah, she's starting to work on a method here. As you say, a bit more advanced when up the court might help. More first serves in would obviously do a lot of good as well. Yeah, it's far more determined, far more incisive. Just want to get too deep into this match and then find out the game plan started to work, but it worked a little bit too late. Double fault number 3 for the American, known so far for her Chinese opponent. attritional points from both players, to be honest. Just trying to get the ball back in play, keep it in court. And it's a case of who's going to blink first. Well, Xu it was, and put it into the tram line, so game point. Much better. That is the American at her best. Really nice forehand, cross court. And the Chinese way too deep to do anything about it. And in the second set, she's edged back in front by 3 games to 2.
When she plays points like that, you do wonder why her head-to-head record is quite as it is. Especially on a hard court like this, quicker surface should suit her, especially her game. And it's now stringing it along a little bit more. She just hasn't been able to do it. She's had patches of a couple of games here and there where it's been really good, and when it's good, it is very good, but then the errors have just flowed.
I like to see her take the ball earlier. She's doing a lot of double bounces where she doesn't actually need to do double bounces. I mean, I know it gives her more time to set up the shot potentially, but I actually think one bounce, if you could do it, actually puts you in the rally earlier, gives you the shot selection quicker, means that your Chinese opponent's got to think about things more rapidly.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So you have a little bit more pace on the ball, don't you? By the time it's bounced twice, the pace is almost completely off it. And we've talked about Xu not giving that much pace at the best of times. When you're then having to generate a ball which is pretty much just sat there with nothing on it, it makes it doubly hard. So completely agree. Can she look to take it on the first bounce? But again, I think it just comes back to her court position. She's just happy being deep behind the baseline. If she can just shift up maybe even just a meter, that'll make it a lot easier for her.
2-3, second set. Look how far in court she was for the return there. There's not much pace on these serves. There's no pace on these serves.
There's a couple, especially in the first couple of service games from Xu, that Matthewson was almost getting aced because the ball was so short, because her positioning was so deep.
She certainly could be inside the court, well inside the court, even on first serve here.
Even more now. She started to make her move a little bit earlier there. But again, I still think she can be even more inside the court.
Has caused no end of problems for the Chinese toss-up here. On the baseline. Okay, the wind something to do with that, about bringing that down a little bit, but she's got 2 break points here for a 4-2 lead. Let's talk about the amount of times they've done 3-setters. We might, just might, be heading towards that. She could convert one of these 2. And she has. And she has. Let's have a quick look down the far end of the court. The Chinese face doesn't give too much away, but she looked really quite annoyed with herself about the fact she was never really in that game at all.
That's what Matthewson can do, isn't it? She can take it out of your hands sometimes with the power that she does possess.
Well, she got the break at a crucial stage, maybe, this set. The Chinese is overhitting, which is kind of what Matthewson was doing early in the match herself. That was a big double.
Interesting grip that she serves with as well. Most players tend to serve with a chopper grip. She's sort of almost got a bit of a flatter grip, so it just makes it a little bit trickier to get that topspin on the ball. She tends to hit it a little bit flatter than most players.
Let's see how far the Chinese came in from the baseline on that one. Fighting fire with fire, but overhitting it. That's a winner.
That's you.
Well, she had it. She worked so hard for it. She got the break, and then the immediate break back from the Chinese without having to do too much. Really, Chinese didn't have too many winners. She had a couple of decent points in that, but mostly it was down to errors.
Yeah, it was, and I think that'll be the most frustrating thing for Matthewson is she's worked so hard to get those breaks, and every time she has had those breaks, it's almost been a bit of a gift to the Chinese woman. She's just given it back. She hasn't really had to do too much for it. And I wonder if you're Dida de Groot sitting inside in the warm, who you'd be wanting to play tomorrow.
Well, I imagine she would want it to go 3, try and wear her opponent down a bit more, whoever it might be, just so that they're, you know, she's not really had much of a run out last 2 days at all, dropping 4 games. What was it yesterday? And not too many more. Just 1 more today. 5 games in 2 matches. You know, she'd love this to go the distance, maybe to a tie break, and even though there's a day off for these women in terms of the individual, she'll have a nice clear day in the doubles.
I wonder in terms of game styles as well who she would prefer. Completely contrasting from either player. Got one player who's got a little bit more power, that might suit her, and then one player who really just doesn't give a lot of power, but she is very consistent.
There's positive, and then there's positive. As she was going, I was going, you're not going to go for that shot, are you? And she did.
Yeah, she did. She doesn't really tend to hold back, does she? It's not part of the remit. Again, it's that awkward. She's moving backwards, isn't she? I don't know why she's waiting for the ball. I'd really want to see her moving forward to it. It just makes it so tricky for her. She's then having to take it sort of on the half volley with no pace.
Oh, that was fighting aggression with aggression. Came out the way of the Chinese, so she's leveled things up in the second set. We are at 4 games all. American did have the advantage for a bit, but now advantage extinguished. 6-2 to Zhu in the first set, 4-all in the second. Now, that's getting quite crucial to where this match is heading.
Just maybe looking to make her move here. Got around the inside of the ball, always curving away from Matthewson. A little bit of an opening here. Crucial game here for the American. So I want to let Ju serve for the match. Again, just ultra aggressive on these opening 2 points of the game.
It's kind of what I was indicating before, that this is such a crucial game now. The momentum swing goes back the Chinese way. All she has to do is hold on to her serve, and the match is done. Bethune did have that little period where she was being ultra aggressive, and it seemed to be working. She seemed to have gone passive again. Also, Chinese has found her return of serve, which has not always been there, but is there now. 3 points against the American serve. She's going to have to do a really good extrication job to get out of this one. Oh, another winner. Oh, well, frustration on the American's face, but some of that is self-inflicted.
It is. I think if she does end up losing this match, there will be a tinge of frustration, won't there? Because the good stuff has been good, and Zhu hasn't really been able to live with her when she has managed to produce it. But we've said it so many times today that she just hasn't been able to do it enough, and it's just been gifts like that last game, a couple of good returns in the opening points from Zhu, but then just gets a little bit of a helping hand from Matthewson.
Now, why is she not able to maintain those kind of really aggressive moments? Because that's when she was getting her best results. She was getting winners. She was stepping into the court a little bit further and kind of cutting off the Chinese supply, but she just seemed to have reverted to type, which I don't quite understand. I mean, you've been in these positions far more often than I have. I don't understand why players whose game plan is working then suddenly goes back to a game plan that wasn't working.
It is tough though when you're trying to be ultra aggressive like Matthewson should be. You do play higher risk tennis, and the ability is to hit more unforced errors, unfortunately, because you have smaller margins. You're going for bigger shots, when obviously when you're trying to be a little bit more consistent, you give yourself those big margins, and the errors just don't come quite as freely. And sometimes you have days where it works, and other days you have days where you can't really string it together. And unfortunately for the American, it's one of those days. At the moment, she still has the ability to turn it around, but whereas she hasn't been able to string it together.
She's got to step into that Chinese serve more, though. She's too deep.
But then again, you look at where she's playing the serve as well. She's just hitting it back down the middle of the court, and it's all well and good if you're able to do that aggressively with pace, but she isn't really, because she's waiting for the ball to drop so much. She's got to find a bit more angle on the return, like here.
Everything's too defensive. Everything's too passive, falling right into the wheelhouse of the Chinese.
Yeah, but that return was a prime example, wasn't it? You saw the way she moved laterally to the ball. She didn't cut it off. I'd love to see her try and move it a little bit more diagonally if she could. Same here again. You know the serve's going to come sliding down the tee. Cover that side. There we go.
It's like she committed to that first shot, and if the first shot doesn't become a winner, then she's got no kind of secondary option, and now finds herself 3 match points down, and Chinese serving for a place in the final. That's going to do it. Well, what might have been, from the Americans' point of view, certainly a much more competitive second set. She did have the upper hand, she did have the advantage, and she was starting to do very good things in there, but not consistently enough, and that's why the scoreline ends up Zhu winning by 6 games to 2 and 6 games to 4 in the second.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, wasn't it? You had Matthewson, who was a little bit more up and down, and then you had Zhu, who was just steady as a rock. She was just so solid throughout. She really didn't have any dips in form, and she just sort of hung in when Dana Matthewson was playing some of her best tennis and was able to just pull away from her when the level dropped and false errors came.
The stats for you now, here they are.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't too much. You look at the first serve percentage from Zhu, 83% first serve, great numbers, and again, winning a lot of points behind that first serve purely based on how tricky it was, but she was just clinical. She was just the more solid player out there, and Matthewson had her chances, she just wasn't able to take them.
Now, I don't know whether Zhu speaks English or not. I'm sure that Mark will be trying to get an interview with her, but if she doesn't, then we'll just tee up what's coming next, which is the men's doubles semi-final. So we're going to have a little chat to Zhu, so over to Michael.
Congratulations, well done. Pleased to be in the final, obviously the group tomorrow, but are you pleased with your performance so far this week?
Today lunch the balls were fast
Good. Dana is a good player. Yeah, I'm very happy this tournament. I played yesterday and today play good. I hope tomorrow I have good days with the final. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I wish you well for the final. Thank you so much.
Right, coming shortly, it'll be Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reid, the Wimbledon champions, up against the Dutch pairing of
Still plenty more action
Michael
coming away here at the
Schaefers
Lexus
and
British
Ruben
Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships for you today.
That will be the men's doubles semi-final.
Semi-final here on centre court very shortly for you.
Taking the leave of the court,
Of course,
with about
there's
10
plenty of
minutes or
other
so,
action happening around the venue here
with
in
doubles
Nottingham
action
for
for
you
you
today.
from the British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships here at
Thank
the
you so much for
Nottingham
joining us today. If you fancy a bite to eat or refreshment, of course, available inside the canteen and around the venue as well. We'll have more action here on centre court shortly.
Well, next action here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championships. It's the men's doubles semi-final here on centre courts. After here at Gordon Reed, going one seats in Great Britain, taken by Michael Shepherds and Ruben Spargo. Sharing part of this match, Sarah Coble. Our players get warm behind us, so let's give you some information about them and their journey so far in the competition. Starting off with the number one seats, after here at Gordon Reed. Now here is the British number one and world number two. It is 24th Grand Slam title in July, the All England Club Wimbledon, with Gordon, which runs up in the men's singles in the final as well. Here at London, we won their fifth Wimbledon men's doubles title this year, after he became the first British player to win the second British Open men's singles title in 2021. Billy Brook also playing the second British Open men's doubles title together, after the three-time Paralympic silver medalist. 25 Grand Slam singles titles to his name, including 18 Grand Slam doubles titles with Gordon Reed and 7 Grand Slam singles titles, and was awarded an OB in the King's Birthday Honours List. Gordon Reed to number 2. As already mentioned, this time after he worked on the 5th men's wheelchair doubles title at Wimbledon this year. And last year, the British Open men's doubles title. It's a Rio Paralympic men's singles gold medalist and Tokyo bronze medalist, and also a two-time Paralympic doubles silver medalist, a 24-time Grand Slam champion, including 18 doubles, good out in 2 singles. There's also awarded an OB in the King's Birthday Honours List. Their journey so far in the competition here. Showing this off was their opponents in the quarterfinal this morning, which they won 6-2, 6-0. Their opponents there in the semi-final to the Michael Shepherds and Ruben Spargo. Shepherds have won 6 Grand Slam titles, 2 in the wheelchair singles and 4 in the wheelchair doubles. 2011 Australian Open of Wimbledon, 2008 French Open, and the 2010-2013 US Open. The 2008 Summer Paralympics in Beijing, he won a bronze medal in the wheelchair men's singles competition. Part of Ruben Spargo, rank number 7. The doubles player has 20 singles titles to his name, 40 doubles titles, including victory at this year's Victorian Wheelchair Open with his partner, Michael Shepherds. Their journey so far in the competition, in the quarter-final for them, they beat Stefan Hubert and Joachim Gerard 4-6, 6-2, 6-4. Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship men's doubles semi-finals. Please show appreciation for our players. Andrea Gordon Reed versus Michael Shepherds and Ruben Spargo.
So 3 singles down, now it's on to the men's doubles. And we've reached the semi-final stage. And the top seeds, Alfie Hewitt, Gordon Reed, only played 2 matches in a day. And come through the early exchanges and early skirmishes quite comfortably. The test lies in wait for them. Michael Schäfers and Ruben Spargo are the opponents. 4th meeting between the 2 pairings. Any time really that Reed and Hewitt have been sorely tested was at the Melbourne Wheelchair Open beginning of this year. It did go to a 3rd set, to a championship tiebreak as well, 10-7. That went in favour of Hewitt and Reed. Otherwise, had 1 game taken off them in the Loughborough Indoor, which was 2 years ago, and 3 games taken off them when they met up at the Australian Open. So, I think, on the basis of that, 4th meeting on hardcourt should go the way of the 2 Brits, but we've seen some matches take a little bit longer than I would anticipate. Some have been a bit quicker. It's all about the stats with Hewitt and Reed. We first really saw the public consciousness at Rio Paralympics in 2016 when people got to know all about Gordon, and obviously the emerging Alfie Hewitt. Not so much emerging these days, as he has been world number 1, currently world number 2.
They're a pretty formidable pairing, aren't they? They've won everything that the game has to offer. They don't lose too many matches out on the court, and this is just another chance for them to showcase a home crowd as well. They love playing in front of.
Perfect doubles combination, in effect, a lefty and a righty. Gives the opposition so many challenges.
And as well, they've got slightly contrasting styles, don't they? Alfie's a bit more bludgeoning, brute force power, and Gordon has a little bit more of that finesse, doesn't he? He uses that drop shot. He loves using the slice as well, so it's such a great combination, and they just seem to know each other like the back of their hands, and I just love watching them and the way they communicate. They're always shouting, you, so they know whose it is. There's never really any confusion.
Probably count on the fingers of one hand the amount of times they've kind of almost come together or collided in the court. They know their positions, they take up their position. Having said that, pretty early in this match, something like that's going to happen. But generally, they do know where they need to be, who needs to go to the net, who needs to stay further back. They have that routine fairly well worked out, and certainly for those touch shots around the net, we referred to it when we saw Gordon in the individual in the singles yesterday, that his touch around the net is as good as anybody's.
Oh, absolutely. Probably best in the world, you'd have to say. He just seems to play those shots with ease. He's able to do whatever it is, and also whether it's the forehand or the backhand, it's not one side that he prefers. He's able to do it pretty much off every shot, and we saw numerous times yesterday just the delicate touch on a few of those half volleys as well, just stops the ball dead.
So basically, if you're looking for touch and finesse, the name is Gordon Reid. If you're looking for road runner, the name is Alfie Hewitt. If there's a lost cause to be had and to be tried to be won, it will be won by Alfie. He'll be the one who'll be flying into the backstop. You don't see Gordon do that very often. Alfie will be the one flying into the backstop.
Yeah, he is. Just the athleticism that he's able to bring, and the intensity as well. When you look at the personalities, Gordon's probably a little bit more of the slightly laid back one. Alfie maybe brings a little bit more of the outward energy. Gordon just has it simmering under the surface, doesn't he? And again, that's just another reason why they make such a good pair. They're great friends off the court as well. It's just a fantastic combination.
So, this is for a place in the men's doubles final. Dutch pair, Schaefers and Spargeren. And Reid, Wimbledon champions. Still on the Australian Open as well. A 22-time Grand Slam doubles champion overall. 7 Grand Slam singles titles. And Gordon Reid, lefty serve to start this men's doubles semi-final. And for ease of identification, because they're both wearing exactly the same tops, Ruben Spargeren will be the player without the cap.
What a forehand. You just see the type of point that they do have to play in order to win points against Hewitt and Reed. But again, at that point, you just saw the communication. They're just sort of constantly moving, covering all areas of the court.
Right down the middle. You'll see that happen a lot in this match.
Really good playing doubles, isn't it? If you're able to open up the space and you've got a big gap down the middle. A shot that Gordon and Alfie use really, really well.
For those who've not seen much of men's wheelchair tennis doubles, you probably already managed to work out for yourself. The rallies tend to be a little bit longer than they do in the singles version.
They're pretty exciting, aren't they? You pretty much see everything in every single point.
Yeah, good test for the British combination. Start off with to win the opening game to 30. And maybe we were to talk a little bit about the Dutch combination. Schaefer's a vast experienced player, former world #1 in both singles and doubles. Singles champion at the British Open back in 2010 and 2011. Also former doubles champion. This combination's been together for almost exactly 6 years. July 2017 is when they played together for the first time, making a winning debut, lifting the doubles title at the German Open, and collectively 19 tournaments they've won together in the last 6 years. It will be Ruben Spargeren to serve first for the Dutch.
Out. 15-all.
together. Gordon covering the baseline, Alfie making that move to the net. Getting so much bite on the volley, really cutting under the ball.
What a wonderful change-up. What a wonderful mixture G'day within that point.
That's the high ball as well that we talk about. Sometimes it's easy to say, oh, it's a little bit more of a defensive shot, but when you hit with that much height, that much aggression, just kicked up almost over the back fence.
Game, you are great.
Pressure.
The game is
The
still
Dutch
up.
pairing forces a double fault. Already an early break here for the British pair.
Well, they look in the groove, these two, as well they should be. It's only a few weeks ago now that they were Wimbledon champions. And the great thing about this pairing is put them on clay, put them on grass, put them on hard court. They seemed equally adept. They particularly like Wimbledon for obvious reasons, but a very adaptable style to all kinds of surfaces.
Getting up the angle so well there, Gordon Reid, and I'm sure today he struggled a little bit yesterday on his serve, didn't he? So he's been trying to work on it. I'm sure he'll be trying to put it into practice again today. Already with that first serve there in the opening point, just saw a little bit more pace. Looked like he was a little bit more in control of it.
Was I think that Gordon's a nice restraining influence on Alfie. When Alfie's excesses in the singles, there's nobody else to pull him back or rein him in. Whereas Gordon's all kinds of there, not quite a father figure, but they're just kind of go, oh, we're okay, no worries, we've got this sorted.
Absolutely right. If you look at their personalities as well on the court, and I think when you have a doubles pairing, I think it's not only about whether your game styles match, it's whether your personalities match as well. I think if you have two people who are kind of in the mould of Alfie, I'm not sure whether that would necessarily work, or if you had two in the mould of Gordon either. Maybe he's a little bit too laid back, so they really bounce off each other really well.
Now, good work by the Dutch combination. That last shot just died on the surface as it can do. So 2 break back points here Schaefers and Spargeren. Just a bit short. It's the break back for the combination. 2-1. Yes, talk about ideal doubles combinations, and we'll go back to able-bodied tennis now. I always thought Michael Stich and John McEnroe was a good example of that. You had the restraining influence of Michael Stich and the exuberance and the, however you want to describe it, of John McEnroe. And Stich was a wonderful influence, just pulling McEnroe back before he got too excitable or started to get a little bit too demonstrative. Stich would always be there, goes, okay, John, we've got this. It's fine, you know. And this combination, whilst I wouldn't quite say that Alfie's a John McEnroe, there is always the ability or the possibility of Alfie going into that kind of area, which you don't really see Gordon get terribly aerated about anything, really.
No, you don't. But I think it's just always quite a nice blend, isn't it? They bring out the different qualities, and like you say, Gordon maybe calms Alfie down sometimes when he can get a little bit hot-headed, but also I think Alfie brings out Gordon's personality on the doubles court as well.
Okay, the back on serve. 1-2.
At 15 love.
I'd say the sun's just poking its head through the clouds a bit. About 5 degrees in the last 10 minutes.
Third love. Third to 15. Third till.
What a shot. Great return there from Alfie Hewitt, just jamming him in the body, but not away just to get out. It's more to control that racket head and pull off the drop shot. Potentially been a break point for the British pair.
don't agree.
First one, out. Yes.
She's not going to back down on that. So it's a second double fault. Michael Schaefer's.
Well.
A third.
Advantage here, great.
Wind's just picked up a little bit again. It's been fairly calm for the most part today. Just in the last couple of minutes started to get a little bit blustery.
Yes.
Annoyed about that because he set up the point really nicely.
Advantage here, great.
So, second break point for the Britons to take a 3-1 lead. The response after having the serve of Alfie Hewitt broken.
Pace behind the lob there, especially when you're hitting into the wind, just held up. Fairly routine volley, put away well.
Advantage here, great.
Looking forward to hearing and seeing a bit more of the Gordon Reid slice. We had two fine examples of it at that point. Third time I'm asking. The break point is taken by Hewitt and Reid, and so it was a little bit of a setback, the breaking of the serve of Alfie Hewitt. And managed to reply straight away by breaking the most experienced member of the Dutch team, Michael Schaefer's. So we're back around again. All four players have served. Here comes Gordon Reid, 3-1.
Well. Love.
They took Gordon's head off there, didn't they? I think that probably was a little bit lower than he had intended. But again, I think Reed and Hewitt use that ball down the middle of the court really well, don't they? It just creates a space, opens up the angles a little bit. Weren't able to take advantage of it that time.
For you, it becomes a circus act. Look at that.
Yeah, I know. It's almost sort of behind his head. I think Gordon just expects shots like that now from Alfie, doesn't he?
I think we kind of expect shots like that as well.
No.
2 points for a 4-1 lead. So the only game they've given up so far was on Alfie Hewitt's serve. And 4-1, all looking very comfortable. All right, give me the overall. I mean, I've given it from my perspective of why they are the #1 doubles team in the world. What do you see in terms of the characteristic, the chemistry, how they kind of play off each other? What is it? What is it that sets them apart from other couples in the world?
I think first and foremost, I think it's just what they bring to the court. I think we've said it. They've got that contrast in styles, and they both are able to hit the ball heavy. You know, every single time they're hitting a ground stroke, it's rearing up at you. They know the spaces on the court, and they also know each other so well. We haven't seen in these opening 5 games any moment where they've sort of been lost with each other. They're almost like synchronized swimmers, aren't they? They're just moving in sync with each other. They know where to cover. They know when one person's moving forward, whether one person's moving back, who's going to cover down the middle of the court. So fundamentally, you've just got players who know how to play doubles. They know their percentages. They don't go for silly shots. They also have the ability to come out with those few moments of magic when they need to. Again, personalities as well. They bounce off each other so well.
You also referred to earlier on the definite calling. You know, that there's no kind of ambiguity about who's going to take a ball. They tell each other, and quickly.
And it's always Alfie, isn't it? He's the one.
Interestingly, putting everything down Schaefer's. They're barely using Sparger, although trying to also isolate him in that rally there.
Something as well that probably would have been a clear plan before the court, before they stepped on the court rather. Obviously there's just been that one time where they've dropped a set against this pair, so they know exactly what they need to be doing.
30.
It's one of the few errors of the Gordon and Reed side of the court. There haven't really been too many that I can remember. And that's another thing that they're both so good at. They make their opponents work for every single point. Very rarely give away any free points, and it's that pressure that's really been building from the start of the match that really makes the difference against the Dutch pairing. All of a sudden there's a few more errors coming off the racket, going for a few more lower percentage shots.
So 2 more break points for Hewitt and Reed for a 5-1 lead first set. He's done it again. He loves that shot. Absolutely loves that shot.
You trade lead 5 games to 1.
Such a crowd pleaser, isn't he?
Percent.
Great to see so many people coming back in to the crowd as well. Sunshine's making an appearance.
Why wouldn't you want to watch the Wimbledon champions?
Absolutely not. We've got prime viewing here. It's fantastic to see. Always love watching them.
Especially when they are 5-1 up, serving. Alfie, of course, not able to hold on to his serve last time. We were hoping he does this time to make it 6-1.
Love 15.
Tremendous use of the defensive lob by both Reed and Hewitt during that rally.
Just able to turn defence into attack, aren't they? They just understand what time they need to defend. And like you said, the lob, they used it really well. Gordon just threw it up, landed within inches of the baseline, all of a sudden turned the point on its head, and they could get on top in the rally.
point again.
30-15.
Don't know about you, but it really feels that Alfie's just found a little bit of rhythm on the serve. There's a definite sort of routine that he's got. He's taking his time. Definitely got a little bit more pace as well, I think, today behind it.
Yeah, what I was thinking about was zip. It's kind of zipping on, which it didn't do yesterday in the singles. He's having to work within the tight confines of that side of the court. That brings up 2 set points for the world number ones. Number one sees here, of course, the England champions. Out of room.
40-30.
Obviously the tight confines here in Nottingham. The great runoffs you get at Grand Slams.
And first serve.
Perfect way to end it.
Yeah, great. 6 games to 1.
6-1. First set for Hewitt and Reed. We'll get the stats in a few moments' time, but relatively comfortable closure for them there. Halfway done of their passage to the final.
It's juicy watching, isn't it? Just like poetry in motion from start to finish. They were bossing the rallies, their movement, their aggression, first serve percentage very good as well, up in the 70s, or what they always want. They weren't really giving too many opportunities apart from that opening game on the Hewitt serve where they just threw in a few sloppy points. But look at the total points won again, pretty dominant, 12 points, which is pretty much 3 games difference in terms of points won. And you just have to say it's been tough going out there, hasn't it, for the Dutch pair? They've been really having to play some really good tennis to win points, let alone games out here. Really struggling, and Gordon and Alfie just really seem to be firing. I think it probably helped having a match earlier today as well. They just really managed to get into the groove, and they're just building upon that, and I'm sure they'll want to do exactly the same thing in this next set.
Yeah, in case you missed it earlier on today, they were on court very early, 10:30, up against Nicolas Charrier and Sergei Lisov, and they only dropped 2 games in those 2 sets. They only dropped 1 game in this set, 6-1. Spargren having to recover one of the balls. It got lodged at the back of the scoreboard. And they know that if they're going to turn that scoreboard around, even with having the balls start off with at the beginning of the second set, they're going to have to do something a little bit different with their game plan. Whether Reed and Hewitt will allow them to do that is another matter. That would be an early indication that they're not.
Yeah. But that's just the perfect example of the blend between the power and the finesse that they have. Just able to Use the drop shots, use the angles. You've got the full array of shots.
And 15-all.
There's that slice that you like so much, isn't it?
15,
So low in the court and so short as well.
I do like it. What I like is he doesn't overuse it. He's very selective about how he uses it, but when he uses it, it's rapier sharp most often.
I agree, it wouldn't
Most
be-
often.
Yeah, most often.
Sergio.
You jinxed it. But it's the timing of when they use it, isn't it? It's all well and good having a shot like that, but if you overplay it, it just doesn't become quite as effective. And Gordon Reid over the year has mastered when, where, and how to use that shot effectively.
Quarter to 30.
I think Alfie was
Yeah,
expecting
there
a call
was a
of
slight
out.
delay as he was looking around, thinking, is that call going to come?
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't just play it anyway, because he was there. Normally, just put it back in the court, but obviously not that time.
Out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Game
They
7.
don't often go on a second bounce. Most
First
often
game,
because they want to
second
be
set.
proactive and go on the first bounce. And that was one of those occasions where perhaps he should have gone a bit earlier. As the Dutch combination get on the board for the first time in the second set. Only having got that one game in the first, and they've got one in the second. So the recent encounters, only the fourth time they've gone head to head. First one was the Loughborough indoor 2 years ago. That was on hard court. 6-love, 6-1. Melbourne Wheelchair Open, the one that we talked about earlier. Any time that the Hewitt and Reid combination have had a set taken off them by the Dutch pair. It was the first set on the tie break. And the Australian Open 6-1, 6-2. So we might be heading in a fairly similar way here. If you had a pound for every time you see that cross-court forehand from Alfie Hewitt, it would be a rich man or woman. I tell you, he loves it.
Wish I had that forehand when I was playing.
Yeah, I know, but he absolutely loves that.
15-all.
Aggressive play there from the Dutch pair.
15-30.
Finished really well with that forehand. Just couldn't get to it. Getting a bit in trouble on the Hewitt serve.
Go. Forward to 38. Yes.
That forehand today sort of shot into the tram line, just rearing up off the court. Been so effective from Alfie Hewitt.
He likes that shot more than anything else because he can put everything into it. It's everything but the kitchen sink pretty much behind that. No finesse, it's just brute force.
Play as well. Gordon looking to move in straight after
One
the
game
first
on,
serve.
second set.
Pressure on the return. Being up at the net, having to avoid the net player.
Back up there, early break as well. Game ball. Game all. After that, 6-1 first set. So, Dutch pairing opening up. So break. It wasn't a break. 1-1.
15-love.
I have a question for you. I'll give you some advance notice rather than just dropping on you.
We're going to have to do some Googling or something.
No, no. It's an instinctive question. I'll give it to you after this point. So, Hewitt and Reed have won Grand Slams on all 3 surfaces. What is their game best suited to?
It's like asking me how long a piece of string is.
You've got at least 3 points to work out.
Does it get longer?
Next break. Ooh! Caught out the other way. Catch him on the chin.
Sure, hopefully he got a racket in the way and it didn't quite catch him. He's a tough guy though. Oh, he's pointing through his head. Hopefully didn't.
I thought he hit him in the face.
Hopefully not.
Full. Third out. For 30. Shavers Barbaren, 2 games to 1. Second set.
So going with serve in the second set. All right, give me a bit of time. The reason I was formulating that question in my mind is because these days the grass court season is so short. The clay court season is quite short. Hard court season is much longer, and you get 2 Grand Slams. You would, I suppose, naturally assume that hard court would suit their style better, but they've got great results on grass, but they don't get a lot of chance to play on grass.
Yeah, I have been pondering this question over the last couple of minutes, and I think it's a really tough question to answer because, you know, you look at the way that they play, you look at the different elements and the different facets of the game that they have, and it can be used on every single surface, can't it? There's nothing that you would say, oh, that's a weakness in their game on a clay court or on a hard court or on a grass court. They've got so many different things that they can bring. I mean, I really don't know the answer. I mean, you'd probably have to say a grass court, I think, just looking at the way
they look
that
incredibly comfortable on a grass court, and
yeah,
for the most part they look comfortable on a hard court.
I know,
but
that's why it's so hard.
It does seem it's almost their domain that you'd never back against them on most surfaces, but grass in particular.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. I think it just shows their skills even more, doesn't it? Gordon, especially on the grass, the kind of softness of his hands, the pace they're able to hit through on the grass court as well.
And right on cue, he does that.
I know. That was maybe a fraction ambitious, wasn't it? Sort of an inside-in cross-court angle drop shot. That just is a sign of their confidence, isn't it? They believe that they can hit any shot under the sun and make it.
Prepared to try just about anything, even the impossible on occasions. That's just why they are indisputably the world's best doubles pairing for the men.
But Alfie was saying it yesterday, wasn't it? He was practicing things in preparation for the US Open, and this is an event that both of them can use stuff as a pair in order to keep improving for the US Open again. So, okay, they might get a few decisions here and there wrong, but this is the perfect time to try and put it into a match situation.
So they can back each other up. Somebody's having a slightly off day. No one can pick up the slack, and that's what they often do. Yeah, that's one of those rare occasions where they did manage to bisect the two Britons. And they've got themselves 3 break points. That was not in the script.
Maybe just the first little slip of concentration from the British pair. Point was much better though, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Reed service, but pretty impregnable so far. Still going to save 2 more break points, as the Dutch will be 3-1 up in the second set.
I don't remember a point that Alfie and Gordon have lost when Alfie's come to the net, do you?
No, and again, we can always say that's Gordon's domain, but when it comes to the enforcer, well, that Alfie likes to play. It's pretty useful around there. So to just bludgeon the ball into the corner, not to show too much finesse.
Action, the ball is good. Another place point.
That's overall I've seen. 2 days here.
Yes.
So corner recovery. Get 40, and then back to Juice. The sun is a problem for the first time today.
I think maybe for Gordon with the lefty looking into the sun a little bit.
Oh, that's good.
Quite nice we're actually able to say sun
Yes,
is a problem,
sunshine.
isn't it? We haven't
What is
really-
this thing called sun?
Advantage set versus Spargaran.
Nice to finally actually get a little bit warm for the first time today. It's been really chilly for the players out there.
That's kind of what we'd expect from August the 3rd, isn't it?
Absolutely. Summer? What summer?
It's almost the fourth now, I don't know. Oh, he took so much off that.
Yes.
What a clever shot that was from Gordon Reed. He took so much off that. They thought it would be loads of power coming back at them. He kind of wafted it back. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Sometimes you say, oh, the pace beat me, but that time they definitely can't say that, can they? Well down the middle again by the Dutch pair.
Yeah, a couple of times they've caught Hewitt and Reed out with that. And this is now 5th break point in this game.
Choice of shot. Just didn't quite execute.
Well, the other thing was, because Alfie was right on top of the net, it didn't give him too many options.
No, he didn't. That's why it's a good plan, just to keep moving forwards. It's tough, especially in this wind when the Dutch pair are with the wind as well, so it's going to just take it a little bit more. And this time just took it with the wind pushing it long behind the baseline. Back to Juice.
Absolutely amazing pickup by Gordon Reed midway through that point that eventually led to the Brits getting the advantage point, but a terrific instinctive pickup, which I don't think too many players on the circuit will be able to do. Should have been the Dutch pairings break, and plenty of opportunities to do so, but it remains parity. 2-2 in the second, and there were some lovely touches from the British pair during that. Mostly, I've got to say, from Gordon Reed, that one pickup on that last but one point midway through was incredibly instinctive. Well, it wasn't something you could think about because the ball was at his chair before he could think about it.
I think that sometimes when tennis is almost at its easiest, isn't it, when you're being a little bit instinctive. Sometimes it can get a bit hard when you're thinking about what decision to make, but I think both of these guys in your picture there, they play their best tennis when it is instinctive. And they just look like they're enjoying themselves out there today, aren't they?
They do, and everything's not quite working for them. 6-1 and 2-2 with Michael Schaefer's with the balls on his racket, new balls too.
Ball. Love 15. 30.
Very interesting to notice that Schaefer's kept that toss quite low there. Again, that may well be wind related. He does that again from the juice court.
Maybe just the new ball's flying a little bit more off the racket. Sometimes players tend to change their racket and their strings with the new ball. Prefer something a little bit tighter, gives them a little bit more control.
Yep. Again by Gordon Reid. Goes way over the baseline. Ball is flying.
30.
Just a couple of uncharacteristic errors, isn't there, from the British pair? Had a little bit of an opening in this game. Well, the Dutch pair have got a point to get 3-2 up in this second set.
Yes.
That's happening at both ends.
There's a real sign of frustration as well there from Spargren. These are the opportunities that they've got to take. They want to keep their nose in front in the set. The level of Hewitt and Reid maybe it's just dropped off a fraction. Not quite the intensity.
They'll be back, don't worry. I'm going to put this one away.
Spargren was going to be wearing that forehand.
Yes,
I think
too.
Gordon Reid was a little bit too nice with it. There's a nice guy in him.
Well, had that been on the racket of his partner, don't think that would have been the outcome.
No, so I agree with you there. But they got the job done in the end, bringing up the break point.
is still Friday.
Advantage
I
USA.
think that ball went into orbit, didn't it?
It did. It did. And by far the longest rally of the match.
Advantage bonus warning. Spargarden.
Okay, touch pairing. Given a warning by the umpire.
I do think that's a little bit unfair sometimes, but that's the rules.
More worrying is that they've got a point against the serve here, and they've also got a second serve which might be jumped all over by Gordon Reid here. Instead, nice easy ball back for the smash. They hang on to it back to deuce.
Shot there from Spargren, using the line well. Just checking the mark. Sometimes it does leave a little bit of a mark, even on a hard court. This was very close. It did look to me just like it clipped the line.
Chalk flowing up here.
No Hawkeye either.
No. Yeah, it was quite a tame end to what had been a very entertaining game up to that point.
3 games to go. Second set. First set, Hewitt ready.
Do go on to win this game, then they're on the verge of, with one more match still to come, of title number 43 as a combination. Hughes and Reid. I'll say that, certainly from my point of view, and for a lot of people, 2016 in Rio was the first time. Certainly a lot of people heard of Alfie. Gordon had already been on the scene for a little while by that time, but that was his real emergence year. I remember watching him go through, I think it was a three and a half hour match to make it to the semi-finals, and you thought, this young lad's got something about him. And it wasn't long before he got to world number 1. Gordon had already been there by that time.
Just gone on to bigger and better things, hasn't he? I think that was sort of the kickstart, wasn't it, to the career, and he's just got better on year. But now he does have someone who's looking to take the crown, doesn't he? And Keith Oda, French Open and Wimbledon champion, and I'm sure that will only spur Alfie Hewitt on, and everyone else as well. Always just got to look to keep improving. Someone, I can't remember who said it, but they said if you're not improving, you're going backwards.
Yeah. Quite right. And so Chandler had with him the other day. He said he's still tinkering, still working on stuff. It's not a work totally complete. Every champion, you talk about a Djokovic or whoever it is, all have things to work on. There's an element to your game you can finesse. Really on serve now at 2-3.
Love 15. Love 30.
Fantastic shot there. Chose to hit it on the drive volley. Wasn't easy, really had to get that racket head speed up the back of the ball. Sort of level with the height of the net, just found the angle as well. Could have been looking down the barrel of 3 break points instead 15-30.
Yeah, so it was firing a bit better than it did earlier on in the match. No double faults yet for this pair. A tempting fate.
Almost looked like he was trying to go around the outside of the net post there. Just didn't quite pull it off. Just didn't quite have the angle. Not enough space at the side of the court.
So break point here for the Dutch. It's for a 4-2 lead. Will give this match a very different complexion if it happens.
Yes.
He is pulling out those serves at the right time. It's broken in the first set, so they took 6-1.
Advantage Fury train.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shank, but it could have easily landed in. As it was, it went wide. So game turned on its head from being break point down to game point up.
Yes.
I think Alfie might have just called leave there to Gordon. It just had enough spin, didn't it, to dip on that baseline.
Yeah, A chance to put a ball away in the middle of that rally. And didn't. So we're back to deuce.
Advantage USA.
Proper put away. There's no coming back from that. Right in the corner, dying into the boards at the back of the court. And though that was quite a difficult hold, maybe more difficult than it ought to have been. 3-3 it is. Set and level on the threes. That's gone for a 6.
I think that might have been a 4. I don't think it quite came out of the cage. Just the 4 this time. Up there from Alfie Hewitt.
Third love.
Again, another great shot down the line from the Dutch pair. Been a definite upping of the intensity, hasn't it, from them? Looking to be a lot more aggressive in the opening set. Hewitt and Reed were the ones who were botting the vast majority of the points. Hasn't been quite the same way.
Michael Schaefer's to do his own bit of slicing and dicing. So far, a very comfortable service hold. Ruben Spargarin. So now.
40-15. Spargarin lead 4 games to 3.
So, very competitive.
Second set.
second set. Nobody yielding a great deal at this stage. Dutch pairing hanging in as best they can. And now the attention turns to the Hewitt-Reed combination to try and keep this going. I think this set's probably lasted about twice as long as the first set has now. That 6-1 went pretty quickly for the British number ones, but Dutch are just hanging in there. And, it's slightly changing the game plan, I think. Just some nuances, a bit different in the second set to the first.
I think they've just executed a little bit better, haven't they? They stepped up the level of intensity as well. Gone a little bit more toe-to-toe with the British pair, haven't let them dominate as many of the points as they did in the opening set. Maybe a little bit of a drop-off from the British pair. Tough to maintain the levels that they had in that opening set.
So the balls with Gordon Reed at 3-4. Very important game here to get parity again. There was a smash that he most certainly would love to have back again. Yeah, just observing they're trying to keep the British pair as deep as they possibly can, not allowing them to come half court, certainly not around the net. They're going in quite deep.
To 15.
with that audible, oh yeah, just too good. Go and take the first part of the rally, and then up steps Alfie.
Wasn't much space either for him to find. Probably the hardest shot for him, and he absolutely made no mistake whatsoever. Finished off the game in style.
For all, about every game being crucial now. Certainly with the balls on the racket of Michael Schaefer's, doesn't want to drop this one.
Love 15.
Is this the moment that the British pair are going to make their move? They want to try and get the break hit, get this match done and dusted in straight sets. Get back to the hotel a little bit earlier than they did last night, especially for Alfie Hewitt.
Yeah, I see mixed up point there from
15
Schaefer
all.
and Spargaran. A couple of lobs thrown in by the British pair, but that didn't throw Schaefer's off. Had to deal with two of those. Ideal.
Well, wasn't good enough, was it? Exactly where Alfie Hewitt was moving. Look there, just found the width away from Spargaran.
A lot more depth than that. 15-30 under pressure.
Sergio.
Quite a lot of bludgeoning going on there.
40.
Set the point up exactly how they wanted to. Got the short ball on the forehand and then just overcooked it, didn't he?
30-40, break point for the Brits. You would think, in effect, match point. Nicely done.
Yes.
Very nicely done by Ruben Spargaren.
Just couldn't quite get it short enough. Gave him a chance and he took full advantage of it. Great way to save a break point.
Advantage, Shepherds. Spargaren.
Well, they dig in, and they remain with their noses in front in the second set by 5 games to 4. So that means that Alfie Hewitt will have to hold on to his serve to make sure this carries on in set number 2. For those who were with us earlier on today, as obviously the LTA is encouraging you to take up wheelchair tennis. I want to see where the future lies for some potential. I mean, there's loads of potential out there. So 5 indoor one-day events across Great Britain. The sport to open up to more people. Find the wheelchair tennis champions of the future. Whether you're a full-time wheelchair user, an ambulant, or new to tennis, why not give it a try? You can sign up for the events on the LTA website. Just search LTA Wheelchair Tennis Initiative and complete the registration form. The events taking place are as follows: Saturday 26th of August at the National Tennis Centre in London, at Roehampton. 10th of September, Chesterfield Lawn Tennis Club in Chesterfield. Gloucester, Oxdale's Sports Park. 17th of September, 23rd of that month, Kingsley Tennis Centre in Borden, and in Norwich, date to be announced, the Eastern Tennis Centre, that'll be in October. Don't need to own a sports wheelchair to participate, or indeed a tennis racket. The LTA will provide all the equipment you need. We have now a date, by the way, it's the 8th apparently of October for Norwich, 8th of October for that. Don't need a sports wheelchair to participate or tennis racket. The LTA will provide all the equipment you need. So if you're age 14 or over, let us know.
It's happened a couple of times. Pick the wrong moments to go for the drop shots. Shaking the head there from Alfie Hewitt.
Yeah, what they won't be wanting is a third set.
No, I always used to hate a match tie break. Sometimes there's a little bit of luck involved, and I didn't really like that.
Well, the intensity from the Dutch has certainly risen quite a bit after they were up against the pump in that last service game. Looked like they might concede it. Well, they came through. sudden now they're putting the British pair on the back foot. 5-4 to the Dutch, and 5-30 on the Alfie Hewitt serve.
Just hanging on here in this game. The British pair, like you said, I'm not sure that they want to be playing a match tiebreak. They'd love to get this done in straight sets. Could do with the first serve here. I want to give the Dutch pair a look at a second serve return.
Sergio.
Just shanked it. Just overcooked it. And now they are in a little bit of trouble. Because this is set point. All the venom you could possibly conjure up, shown to you very visibly there by Alfie Hewitt.
Just look here, he was on the prowl, wasn't he, after that forehand down the middle of the court. He was like a juggernaut coming forward to the net. We've seen a few times this week that drive volley being so effective.
Advantage, Hewitt, right.
It's amazing how this game could transform in an instant. What, a minute and a half ago, they were staring down the barrel. Now they're looking at 5-5 potentially. Do you know what? In 2 sets of tennis, very nearly, that is the first time that Reed and Hewitt nearly collided. Because there was a time where they virtually touched wheels there, and it so rarely happens. It happened at a very crucial time in that, but they managed to just about stay apart. And well, the rest is history, and that game now is history too.
It's just that desire they have, not letting a ball go past them. Alfie's just flung himself at it to save it, and they're able to turn the point around, and saving set point, they find a way to get through that game, showing all their fighting qualities.
Right, we are where we were at 4-4, so we are at 5-5. Important service game for the Dutch. net coverage again.
Love 15.
By Alfie Hewitt getting the job done.
He's on the march, isn't he? He senses the opportunity now. Sometimes when you save a set point, you just get that little bit of momentum.
Love 30.
It's funny, as you were saying, how the complexion of things can just change so quickly. I think that's why we all love this sport, don't we? In the space of a couple of minutes, all of a sudden, we're looking at a potential match tie break for the third set, and now potentially looking at a break and British pair serving for the match.
Love 40.
I think we should pay great credit to the person who invented the scoring system in this sport, because that's exactly what it does. Just turn a game, could turn a set on a knife edge in the space of 90 seconds, 2 minutes, often less. Three break points, they just need one. Just one of those three is required, and that could be the decisive break in the second set. Nose is in front, 6-5, and Gordon Reid will try, attempt to serve it out for the Brits. No calamity, no real concern. There was no real angst look on either face for Reid or Hewitt's. We've been in these places before. We know how to extricate ourselves. We know what we have to do. Just go about doing it. And they did it.
I think even if it had gone to a match tiebreak as well, they just have the utmost confidence in their ability to pull through in those tighter situations. But like you said, they've seen every scenario under the sun, haven't they? They've played together for so long, been in so many different situations, and they just have that confidence. And that's what happens when you have so many titles as a pairing. And they just know that they can come through whatever happens, and they proved that just in these last couple of minutes there with that game. Like I said, fending off that set point and then just turning up at a level, didn't they, in that last game? Getting the break. Now can Gordon Reid finish the job off here.
Reid to serve. It's a successful service game. It'll be 7-5 and match over.
Love.
Smiles all round for that one. Apart from Alfie, actually, no smiling. All four players had the instinctive reaction at that point. They had big smiles. I'm sure that is it's 15 all.
Probably wants that back again, doesn't he? There's a volley as well earlier in that rally. We could have looked to find a little bit more width. There wasn't that much space in the middle of the court.
Ball kind of took off
15, 14.
at the surface.
With the help of a big gust of wind as well,
Yeah.
I think.
Well, 15-40. So still life in the Dutch pairing yet. 2 break points to take it to a tie break.
Third, 40.
Tie break it is.
Game, Shepherds. Spargaren. 6 games all. Second set, tie break.
Well, didn't see that coming. Thought all the momentum was heading in one direction, but it seems not. So the Dutch have a chance to bring this about and make life rather uncomfortable for the #1 seed. It'll be Michael Schaefer's to serve first. It was called a fault, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I heard that.
So second serve and drilled down the line
1-0.
by Alfie Hewitt.
Third break.
So first break against the serve. Yeah, right down the middle.
2-0.
Work the space so well. Hewitt and Reed manoeuvre their opponents, and one thing I like about that shot down the middle is the highest percentage shot, isn't it? They've got so much space either side of the court in case they slightly mistime it. So time and time again, it's just so repeatable.
Again, they threw in that opportune lob right in the middle to set that point up. That's 1 point back anyway. Ruben Spargaren. So nearly, but not quite. Just on that third bounce.
3-1, period break.
Ball.
4-1, period break.
We'll say not a great time to serve a double at any time, but a crucial point in a tie break. About as inopportune as it gets.
Need to try and win one of these next 2 points on the British pair's serve. Can't afford to go 6-1 down, then it's a long way back.
And for serve. One, period break.
Really aggressive on the serve, on the spot. That's that lefty serve, always just sliding away from the backhand. The right hander. A big advantage here in this tiebreak, just 2 points away now from getting the job done.
They're going to get great reception, as you might expect, from this Nottingham faithful. Come out to watch them today. So better conditions them when the match started. Match points. And one is all they need. One is all they need. And the #1 seeds and the red-hot favourites to take the title in Nottingham are one match away from their 43rd title together. After Gordon Reid, the job done. 6-1. 7-6 against Michael Schaefer's and Ruben Spargaro. A couple of iffy moments in that second set, but they ultimately got the job done.
Yeah, it was a little bit squeaky bum time, wasn't it? A set point down in that second set, but the true champions they are, they found a way, came out with their best tennis when they needed to, and just played an extremely solid tie-break, and the Dutch pair just couldn't quite live with them, could they? Found a way to get through in straight sets, and as you heard at the end there, the British crowd very happy, weren't they? And just look at the numbers here. First serve percentage very good from the British pair. Alfie will be a lot happier with his serve as well today. They were a lot more clinical as well, and they could have won that second set even easier, but a lot of positives. They were really aggressive.
Alfie, Gordon, congratulations to the final in the doubles event here. First of all, a fantastic match. certainly made you work for it in that second set as well, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought they played great, especially the second set, and pushed us all away. Obviously, set point down as well. We had to find, we had to dig deep and find something at the end there, but we're obviously happy to come through it in straight sets and not lose another match target.
I see. And Alfie, what's the secret to this partnership? Because you're having tremendous success together. Seems like you know what each other are doing on the court. You built that relationship. Is it just the thing of just playing lots together, or is there just something special in there as well?
Yeah, a bit of both. We've been playing with each other now since 2015, so you think we'd sort of know each other's game styles and movement patterns, and that's a big part of the doubles. It's about trying to anticipate the ball, and we move really well around the court, so I think we cover the court quite well and defend the court well. So yeah, there's lots of things. It's not just one thing. So we're right-handed, left-handed, and I think our personalities and characters also contribute to that success.
A couple of hat-tricks available then in this final. A hat-trick of victories here in this competition, but also you can complete the hat-trick of Queen's, Wimbledon and the Open, 3 titles on British home soil in the calendar year. Let's go up a round of applause. Obviously you've got to win that final tomorrow, the way that happened, but talk us through what that would mean to the pair of you to achieve something like that, especially here on home soil.
Yeah, it's been a lot. We've had a great summer. We've really enjoyed the grass court season, obviously winning at Queen's and Wimbledon, and the crowd there, the atmosphere was amazing, but obviously it's the diehards that come here to Nottingham and support us here, so we'd love to get a long tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. We've not won this event too many times, so it'd be nice to get a hat-trick, of course, and like Gordon said, the summer's been incredible for us, and also wheelchair tennis. We've had some unforgettable memories. We hope to make some more tomorrow.
We look forward to that as well. Alfie Gordon, congratulations, great performance today, and we wish you well for the final here at the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship. Please put your hands together. Alfie Gordon, great news.
Well said, gentlemen, and we look forward to seeing them both back over the weekend, and of course Alfie's still very much involved in the singles competition as well. Your overall thoughts on that one? I'd say a couple of bit of squeaky bum time in that second set, but overall pretty solid.
Yeah, overall a lot of positives for the British pair to take into the final. Again, they just show their class, they can step it up when they need to, and I think that's the sign of true champions, and they've proved that time and time again over the years. Like you said, 8 years they've been playing together now. They know each other like the back of their hands, and I think they'll be very happy with their, 2 performances today.
Yep, 2 matches in a day, and they dropped 2 games in the first one. Obviously, they took to a tie break in the second set there, but they are through to that final. And that concludes our broadcasting for today from the Nottingham Tennis Centre. We're back. We've got 2 more days here of the Lexus British Open Wheelchair Tennis Championship. We'll be back on, we reckon, around about 10 o'clock tomorrow, but certainly we'll be on over the weekend, weather permitting. Weather forecast not so great for Saturday, but we're hoping it's not as bad as it looks right now. We'll be back. Anna Smith and myself, Bob Ballard. Thank you for your company today. Hope you've enjoyed the action we brought to you, and we'll see you over the weekend. Bye-bye.
Is your mum here? No, she's not. Say hello to her. Wimbledon? On the front. You only on the front? I'll be inside. We've been up since 5 o'clock this morning. Thank you. Your first set was Leo. What time you got? Yeah, that's how it is. Yes, thank you very much indeed. We'll be here tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah. Right, we've got to get they got this you like you what times you're on now, you've got to do it with your phone. Yeah, we ain't all up to this modern technology, you know. See you later, What?